Yes, it's me. I'm here in San Francisco, the greatest place on earth. So I don't commute here very often, but today I had to commute here for some business. And, well, the commute is probably the stupidest fucking commute. Not ever, but it's pretty bad. It's like basically 5 minutes at a fucking stoplight, each stoplight. So, yeah, for me to move about a mile took about 20 minutes to move about a mile and a half, 2 miles, something like that, which seems, reasonable, of course. But yeah, it's they basically turned it into, looks like looks like a deserted European city. Is the best way I can describe it. Yeah, something like that. It's like it looks like there's like a bunch it's just like basically a bunch of grown ass men and women walking around to some fake job, uh you know riding a scooter that's way too small or way too big for them, and you get fucking blocked by a guy on a bike, that going like 3 miles an hour blocking his fucking stoplight. Retard. Stupid fuck. Then he just cuts off into the fucking middle of the road, blocking the other people in the intersection. Just no fucking sense whatsoever. But yeah, that's San Francisco for you. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Probably one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Probably it would be one of the most livable cities, if they just fucking added some, housing that made sense and was affordable. You didn't have a fucking policy to let anybody in. You know what I mean? It's just, oh my god, man, what a fucking shithole, Like, and I know that everybody says, "Well, duh, just leave." I mean, dude, this city would be. It has so much potential, geographically, like as a geographically in the sense of where it's located, you know, relative to everywhere else, but also just within the city, it's got like all these giant hills. It's got a lot going for it. It's just insane that they've just destroyed. There's a 65-year-old man sitting on the back of a pickup truck with blue hair. I mean, come on, dude. What the fuck? Giving you guys the report. I wish I could film while I'm driving down here, which I probably kind of could, but it's not going to do it justice. So it looks like a fucking empty city at 8:50 in the morning. Like, it looks like there's hardly any people around, but it's packed. I know that it's not actually empty, but it looks like, it's just looks like retarded. I don't know what to say. It's just, let me see if I could try to let me see if I can film for a second. Yeah, there you go. So I'll show you guys a little bit. Hold on. There you go. Let's just film. Why not? Fuck it. Here we go. I'll give you guys a little tour. How's that? This is San Francisco, land of the lunatics. There you go. This is Chinatown. What do you think? We're here and we're queer. We're Chinatown. Yes. Like, if you want to make people racist, let them live in San Francisco, LA, New York, Toronto, Vancouver, Berlin, London. Like that'll definitely make people racist. You know why? Because you have a big mix of people who just don't fucking belong together at all. You know, and it's not only about race either, right? But it's like, you know, I have enough problems with my own people, right? You add in a bunch of fucking retards who don't even speak the same language. I mean, what do you expect? You know what I mean? Like, sucks. And for the most part, I mean, there's exceptions for sure. And in general, most of the people I get along with are people from other races and cultures, but it's just I mean, it's like I wish I had the words to describe, and maybe if somebody's here to talk to, I would be able to describe it better, but it's like it's insanity, you know. I should have filmed more of this kind of stuff, you know. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with this guys? Can I turn on red? No, I cannot. But yeah, this is a very spooky city in so many ways, you know. I really wish you guys could be here to enjoy the fruits. That's a red light runner. This person's trying to run the walking light here. All right, now see this is what I love about San Francisco. You know, you got some hills to drive up. This hill is like extremely steep, by the way. It's like one of the steepest hills. And you know, if you really want to get in great shape, you know, you just walk up these hills and your legs will be like fucking really tree trunk like. I used to walk up and down this hill 5 times or 6 times a week for like 2 years, and I was in great shape for sure. I didn't walk all the way. I would usually take a bus like halfway, maybe, just because time, because I was usually working like 10, 11 hours. Then I'd have like, you know, a fucking 2 hour commute after that. So, you know, basically gone like 13, 14 hours a day, you know, fucking, I don't even know how many days a week, but yeah, it was a lot, like a lot of fucking hours, especially if you can, if you count the commute, you know. And you know, if you don't want to have a wife and a kids, you know, you can do that basically until you're probably 50 or 60 if you want, I guess. But the commute really sucks, you know. The commute sucks more now than ever before. You know, there's probably ways around it. You know, maybe if you're, I was lucky because a lot of the time I would get lucky because I would have like a kind of flexible schedule, which I've always been pretty lucky with. Like, you know, in some way. But the Freemasonic place or whatever is over here to the left, and this beautiful buildings here as well. Can't really do it justice, but it's over there somewhere. Better go before people get pissed off. But yeah, here we go. Going up the hill, talking to myself. I thought people might want to jizzling, but so far, so bad. But yeah, this is a beautiful area. You know, it really is. I wish that, yeah, just run the fucking stop sign, you dumbass bitch. No fucking No fucking license plate. Run the stop sign. This is what you do. This is what you come to San Francisco for. People sleeping on the street there, you know. People run the fucking stop sign. They don't have a license plate. You know, this is cultural enrichment at its finest, you know. The places that I always knew over here are all like closed, you know. I mean, it's just really bizarre, like, you know, to see. Like when I first came here to San Francisco, I was like, "Wow, man, this place is like amazing." You know, I mean, yeah, it was liberal. I've always been like kind of anti-liberal in some sense of the word. You know, I really think I have, but it's like, you know, it was kind of cool. Like people were like, it was like mostly white and Asian people only, right? You know, it was like a bunch of Chinese and white people, and mostly everybody kind of talked to each other, you know, and even like some Hispanics and some blacks. It was pretty chill, you know what I mean? Like I literally went to the middle of Oakland in like really bad areas and like never had a problem, you know. So it wasn't always this fucking night place to live, really. I mean, you know, probably wasn't always. It definitely wasn't always. It was definitely always not ideal, right? But and still like there's a lot of potential here. It's just that everything's been priced to the point where you can't risk you can't risk anything. You know what I mean? So it's just one of these places that if they just had some good leadership and said, you know, all these rich people who are just holding on to property for their dear life, but they don't want to do anything with it, we're gonna basically force you to sell it, and let people develop something that's, you know, actually useful to the people who live here. Like, there's so many empty buildings here. Like, there's probably literally 25% of the buildings here are either empty or way underutilized for sure. And so that's the thing, is like it's not that there's a lack of jobs, there's just a lack of shit going on. You know what I mean? Like it, there's so much stuff that could be done here to just make the city more livable, you know, upgrade the infrastructure, all kinds of shit. But just for whatever reason, they've just decided like, no, we're not going to do that. And it's just literally made this place a, you know, fucking nightmare to, you know, to live in and work in and walk in and everything else. I mean, it's, I don't know if you're going to be able to see what's going on over here, but I'm going to turn off the camera and probably the microphone for a few minutes because I got to make a couple stops and talk to a few people. And hopefully somebody will jump on here. But, you know, all like you can't see it, but like this is a famous steakhouse. This is a Guitar Center. And I think everything basically fucking glows. You know, it's like there's just not a lot going on. So I'm going to pause this for a minute. I got to do a couple things and then I'll be back. What you doing there, boy? You come over here to give me a problem?
Hello?
What you doing here, boy? You come over here. You got a problem with me, boy?
Oh, PhD, so.
You got a PhD. What does that stand for? Permanently highly disorganized. Well, look, we got two little ortho bros coming on over here trying to cause some problems.
Bro, I'm gonna smack you, bro. Like, you need to distinguish us from them, bro. You can't give into it, man.
You ortho bros always coming around here trying to stir up some trouble and
It's Joel, dude. It's Joel's the ortho bro, bro.
bro.
Yo, son, I got a spring that has popped out of this mattress, and it'd be poking me, bro.
Well, at least you're not in the Catholic Church. You'd be poked by something else.
Oh, yes, I am. They're not true Catholics, and we're not getting poked over here, boy. So watch your mouth.
They'll be poked next time.
The grope.
Are you guys excited for
His
the
death? No.
well, I wasn't gonna take it there. I was gonna say there's gonna be a nice black pope coming up. Did you guys know about that?
that's what old boy was talking about, right?
Yeah, I can't remember. Somebody said that. I can't remember who it was, but somebody said that. I didn't know if that's true or not, but
It was last night. Old boy said that, I think.
yeah, I think so.
Well,
Somebody
early
was.
this morning, actually. Yeah, that's funny. I don't believe that. I just don't. I don't see it. But I don't know. If it happens, then we'll know. Then we'll know he know.
Oh yes, we will. It'll be glorious, as one might imagine.
No.
I'm trying to figure out how to use this StreamYard again. After only 2 weeks, I kind of forgot how to use it all.
Scream you. What'd you get banned?
StreamYard, huh?
Did you get banned?
No, I just don't want to pay for it, so I'm using my other account right now. And
What do you mean pay for it?
well, like I was using the paid account version for a while, but then they like doubled the price without me realizing it, and I was like,
See, I haven't been using any
it was
paid
only
anything.
yeah, it was only like $25 for a while, and then now it's like $45
Oh,
or
they're
something.
making a killing, bro. That's more than like Netflix or something, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like I could see the like you could do a lot with it. Um, it's just very easy to use, especially on your if you're trying to do things globally. But I don't know. I just found it kind of like I didn't like the whole like double the price without telling you kind of thing. That kind of pissed me off, you know.
Yeah,
It's like
that's nuts. I think they just like added a feature for those who are on mobile or something. I
yeah,
noticed that last time I got on. It was like you could put things on the stage or something. Maybe I don't know.
yeah. I think if you're gonna do it professionally, this kind of stuff, like it's probably pretty good. But like I don't know that I don't think I'm ever gonna make money doing this, as far as I could tell. So I mean, I'm
Um,
sure if I just really, really wanted to, I probably could, but like, I don't.
I got a
Um,
laptop across from me. I haven't checked out. I might see if it works. I don't
like
know.
Windows 95.
It probably it's probably was something like that over there. But
We're gonna.
my little neighbor over here, I shouldn't call him this, Drunk Ricky, but that's what we call him. Drunk Ricky got a computer I might borrow.
Drunk Ricky, nice. Dipping into the the holy what do you call it? The holy one.
No, dude. No. He be not dipping. He be not.
No, I'm just asking because I was thinking about this movie by Mel Brooks where he's like a Jewish guy, but he's got all this, or I don't know, it might have been a priest or something, but he's got all this wine. He's like, oh, yeah, I don't know. Those fellers are always making fun of us Christians. So.
Christian. Oh, I'm on top of a mountain, man, and you gotta like simulate to the height, and it's really you get tired and sick quick or something. There's something wrong.
In New Jersey,
New Jersey mountains, in the deep mountains of New Jersey.
I didn't even know there was mountains in New Jersey.
You
Honestly,
know, but I didn't either until I'm here on top of one.
is there any animal? Is there any like Blair witches or like
There's
Jersey devils up
coyotes.
there? Any
And there's some
Draculas?
Asian lady that's got weird statues down the road.
Perfect. We should go. You should go. Smash her idols.
Supposedly, yeah, she's got like some her husband was big in the pharmaceutical company or something,
Of course.
and yeah, the properties around here are like as far as I know, like they're worth a lot of money, and she did some like weird old like Yoko Uno statues like around on top of the mountain that
If
I'm
you
sure
ever
no one's ever seen really.
if you ever hear those sounds that sound like Yoko Ono, it's not a ghost. It's her probably.
Probably.
Have you ever heard her singing? Oh my dude, like
Yeah, Chuck Berry and John Lennon on did the Johnny Carson show?
something like that. I don't know. It was the
Yeah, I'm
worst.
pretty
One of
sure
the
it was
worst
Johnny
things.
Carson.
One of the worst things I ever heard in my life. I was like,
Yeah, supposedly the sound guy pulled the plug. So shout out to him for that one.
yeah. I mean, I kind of respect John Lennon for going Asian, but at the same time, like, what the hell? It's kind of weird. Like, if you look at, I think he actually had like Yoko Ono gets all the fame, but actually, I think he left Yoko for someone else who was much
Yeah,
more reasonable.
their housemaid, right?
Yeah, something
And
like that.
then he stopped seeing her, of course, at some
I,
point, and then he
I,
got back with Yoko or something.
I think I really think like I know this sounds like super schizo, but like I really think that he got totally MK Ultra, and that's what was going on. Like I'm pretty sure,
Someone did in that situation. You know
for
what I
sure.
mean? I don't know if it was him or.
Well,
Oh yeah,
I
but
think
you look
Yoko
into
was
that like
his handler or something.
Travstock or whatever it's called, right?
Tavistock, yeah. I don't
Tavstock.
know much about it, but I'm sure it's pretty bad.
And then as far as I know, like he was an early part of the Process Church or something, right?
Oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah, like in the '60s, but like there was connections with a
Well,
lot of celebrities, including him.
it would make sense because it is very much like a English based thing, England based thing.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
didn't really get started in America until later, I think. So,
yeah. Well, then you know, as far as I know, there's like books out there about like the war on drugs or something, and so like Manson was sort of a psyop, or I don't know. It's some weird stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it like had something to do with Ronald Reagan, the war on drugs, and all this stuff. I don't know. Like they were purposely pushing a certain narrative, I guess. I don't
yeah.
know.
I'll have to turn this off for 1 second. I'm still here, but I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves over here.
What's up, Bull?
I'm working on a video,
Yeah.
throwing
Make
something
make
together.
one that'll really make them mad.
This might. I mean, this might. So
I'm praying for it. During Lent. No, I shouldn't say that. Yeah. They deserve it though, man. Terrorize me. They're on Twitter terrorizing me all the time. Especially this Ephraim character. There's an Ephraim guy that I really don't like.
Oh, you got his attention.
Oh yeah, that I think he's a mod in some of their discords or something.
Yep. Oh yeah.
That's who it is, isn't it? It's that guy.
It probably is.
It's gotta be him. Yeah. So you should see like the things he says on here, man. It's ridiculous. And everybody else is, of course, uh, blocked me, like for the most part, like all the other guys. But this guy wants to do battle or something, do Twitter battles or something with me. I'm not really that interested in it, but like I posted a Rokor and the True Orthodox Agrees post, and it got like a considerable amount, like 40 likes or something, not that many, but he wasn't happy about it. So he says, it is deceptive to post the photo of St. John of San Francisco supposedly endorsing the old calendars with Petros, was previously with the Metropolia, future OCA, and the MP were going to Rokor seeking consecration. So it's
Why?
like, that photo where it's like Archbishop Verki and St. John and Bishop Petros, and they're like in New York near St. Marcellus Cathedral or something.
Yeah.
He's saying that St. John didn't endorse the old calendars. And if you look into it, like it's not true. Like St. John did endorse the old calendars all the way in the 50s, right? Like he considered their plot true. But the issue with Bishop Petros is that he had joined like a Vagrante, like old calendars group, but he got tricked into it. Like he thought it was literally like the GOC or something, and it wasn't. And I think he like spent like 6 months in an OCA parish, but not before it was OCA, so it was just like the Metropolitan. And then he went to Rokor and got consecrated a bishop, specifically for the purpose of being in the GOC. But the GOC and Rokor didn't want to accept it because it was a secret consecration, but it was done by Archbishop Leonti and Seraphim of Chicago. So he was kind of like stuck in limbo, right? Because neither like he didn't have like a legitimate like a certificate or something, because they didn't want to give it to him because um they were still like trying to be on good terms with the new calendars, like Metropolitan Anastasi was. But the other bishops, like St. John and all of them, sent him a letter and all this other stuff. And we're like, oh, he's good. Like, we consider him a completely valid bishop, and it wasn't until a couple years later, but, St. Philaret did a complete, like, considered him completely valid. Well, St. John sent him a letter in 1964 saying that St. Philaret would be the next metropolitan, right? So, and if you read Father Seraphim's letters, he talks about that St. John wanted Father Pantalone to be under Bishop Petros in America. So obviously, he wanted the true Orthodox, at least that were in America, to be under Bishop Petros, right? And he himself was a Greek, you know what I mean, and considered himself, because he started out with the GLC initially. So yeah, it is some weird history there, but they take it as if uh, some whole other route. For instance, he said this. He says, posting this makes it obvious that you don't know the history of these statements and probably can't understand why those closest to Father Seraphim remained in Rokor after 2007 or in any other jurisdiction that are united to the one church. And I sent him that video where, uh, what's his name? Subdeacon Nectaris interviewed Father Andrew, and he's in Father Seraphim's letters. And you know what's crazy about what when he's mentioned in the letters is that his wife was a monastic at the monastery, right? And this is some craziness, but I guess she renounced her monastic, calling or something and wanted to get married to Father Andrew before he was Father Andrew, right? And well, she lived at the monastery for 7 years, but anyway, it's like Father Seraphim was like wasn't really happy about that decision or something in the letters, but at the same time, uh, I think they ended up blessing it and saying it was all right or something. But he goes on. He's like, I've listened to this and know he didn't know Father Seraphim better than Father Alexei Young. And if you look at that, like the situation with Father Alexei Young, if I'm not mistaken, is that he was scandalized by Saint Philaret releasing the anathema against ecumenism,
Um,
which it makes sense because if you look at what happened with Hockna, well, HTM at that time, with they like came out and were mad about his article on the Shroud of Turin, and but because he was formerly like a Roman Catholic, and Father Seraphim had warned him a few times that giving into laxness would lead, them to sort of be subverted, right? He gave him that warning, and that's what ended up happening. You know what I mean? I think he left and joined World Orthodoxy at a certain point, and then he came back, and then he released the letters. I think maybe after that or something when he rejoined World Orthodoxy. So he left, came back to ROCOR, and then left again before 2007 or something. But then when he released the letters, he released them with like weird footnotes that were sort of justifying him moving to the World Orthodoxy in the letters of Father Seraphim, and that's not there really. You know what I mean? Like unless you force it. So they'll say things like, I'll give you an example. So Puffhausen, who Jadar was speaking with, right?
yep.
Okay, so Puffhausen, he sent Father Seraphim sent him a letter, and Puffhausen was a catechumen at this time, and he's like asking Father Seraphim if he should leave his jurisdiction, which I'm pretty sure it was the OCA at this time, and go and join ROCOR. And what Father Seraphim told him was that um, we have our own issues. So maybe he knew what was going to happen with ROCOR. I don't know if that
Right.
was the case or what, but it's like we have our own issues, but we could possibly commune you, but we can't give communion to, we can't do a con celebration with clergy, right? So he makes that distinction. He's like, he's lax with the laity who aren't aware, and
Right.
the apostasy it hasn't reached a point where they've yet to anathematize ecumenism. So it's like you're in this weird in between area. It's like when Saint Cyril sent letters to Nestorius. It's like if someone was with Nestorius at that time and they weren't aware of what Nestorius was teaching, is that person a heretic? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Probably not if they're not aware. So, and they're sincere. So I think that he kind of thought like that in a way, like, because if you read it, he's like, we need to help people that aren't getting the communion from their own bishops. And they'll take that and say, well, he gave communion to new calendars. It's like, no, he didn't. He would tell them that they'd have to be taught in all things true orthodoxy before taking communion. So it's weird. Then you got a situation like that Paul Baba guy. I know I'm talking so much, but I've thought about this a while. So Paul Baba, he he tells Paul Baba that he should stay with his priest. But the funny thing is that Paul Baba doesn't bring up on uh, Wisdom's channel is that his priest left the Antiochians and joined Rokor. So saying stay with your priest, what if Father Seraphim knew that his priest was going to leave and join Rokor? Right? But I mean, he doesn't like his priest left and joined Rokor, but he didn't stay with his priest. He went and stayed with the Antiochians. So what I think he took things out of context, right? From what was being told him, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to think about it. But, I mean, and it's too scholastic to kind of like look back in time and try to figure that out anyways. Because after 1984, St. Philaret made it clear that a decisive break had to be made. Archbishop of Berkeley made that distinction. Prior to that, that's when the time period they want us to focus on, right? And they focus all their arguments on it. Like Father Peter Ayers does the same thing. And it's like, if we focus on that time period where it's confusing and they'd had yet to really like look into the details, then of course it's going to be confusing. But the moment they had reached I think a pretty solid understanding of what was going on, and there was not going to be a turning back like from these jurisdictions, it's like, okay, we got to make a move away from them. And they did, and that's like when you look at that history by St. John and you look at that monk Vesevold or whatever, Vesevolod or whatever his name is, like he breaks down the position of Rokor in the 90s, and it's like, okay, like that's pretty clear that was still the view being handed down from what St. Philaret left off with. So which is a true Orthodox view, like our jurisdictions teach that same thing. So I'd say that we're closer to what we're true Orthodoxy is than what they think they are or something, without a doubt. Like if you actually examine the history, and they're trying to erase it. So yeah, that's weird. Hello? Is that you?
What was that?
He just got his history lesson right there, bro. Joe, you probably knew all that, though, didn't you? Well, what is your name on here, dude? Professor, that's not Joel. I don't know who Joel is. Doxing you, bro. What's up?
No. Yeah, I had a general idea. I don't necessarily know all the details, but I because the approach I took was basically know enough to understand what's going on, but don't make it too academic where you make it like a scholastic type thing. And that's not like being against the information, but it's just initially to like get the idea of what's going on. I didn't want to like make it too textbook. I wanted to kind of be aware of some of those things, but also just be aware of like the other synods and stuff, so that I could kind of digest what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know, just because I found Orthodoxy from looking, I found Orthodoxy in the Religion of the Future, the edited version, okay, and then I ended up in a GOCK church. That was my first experience, so I kind of got lucky, right? And then I think I talked to a deacon there, and he sort of laid out the history with Father Seraphim Rose for me a little bit. You know what I mean? It was like, look at this. I was like, what? Like, and this was like super early on.
Actually, ecumenism isn't really a heresy. I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Dude, I'll bite your toes off while you sleep. Don't play with me, man.
No, isn't that what Dude Buddy said?
Dude Buddy is always saying that. There's some Dude Buddy out there right now saying that.
I don't know. I can't believe what you. I can't believe you said. Like he actually said all I want to like give these people charity. I'm just sitting there reading it, like reading what this dude wrote, and I'm like, dude, this is like did he get this memo from someone? And he like copied and pasted it. Like, okay, here's my. It's
It's
really
funny. I'll
bizarre.
show you something from Peter Harris recently. Is that
No,
who you're
that's what
talking about?
I think. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's what I'm talking about. I think that's what you. I think you or somebody shared that somewhere.
Dude, I'll show you. I'll show you what you said. This is crazy.
Orthodoxy does, and I didn't mean to derail what you guys are saying I was actually going to ask you guys a question because Joel sent me a bunch of stuff about this whole Ukraine stuff, and I was trying to remember what he sent me, so I was going to ask you guys about it because there's something really, really, really weird going on with that stuff. I can't quite 100% figure it out, but I got some ideas. You know.
What did he send you?
Huh?
What did he
Oh,
send you?
you're asking me? Okay, so this is what he said. I said the royal path isn't staying in communion with ecumenist bishops because he's talking about the royal path in his post on this Eric Yabara or something, right? I don't know. This I guess it's a Roman Catholic guy, or I don't know what it is. But anyways, it says when Saint Seraphim used the term, he was talking about holding to true orthodoxy, and he might have been more lax with laity who were aware of the apostasy of the official Orthodox, but said communion would be impossible with these jurisdictions. He made exceptions at a time before the anathema, but much time has passed, quote, under the bridge since the early 80s. I said, you're well aware of what these ecumenists are doing, and recently did a show where you allowed a priest to say it doesn't matter. I said, the betrayal of Christ doesn't matter. And he says, the royal path is the path of the saints. So he's bringing up the saints of our day, Paisios guy, right? He goes, if you read Father Seraphim's letter, he becomes increasingly critical of the old calendars the more he becomes familiar with them, especially near the end of his life, while praising Elder Theos Zervakos, Father George Calico, and Elder Tavarian, and others that remain in the Orthodox Church and not depart in one of the many schisms. In his letter dated May 29th, July 11th, 1969, Father Seraphim said regarding ecumenism, ecumenism itself is not a clear-cut heresy like Arianism or a clearly distinguishable body such as the Roman Catholic Church. It is seldom preached boldly, in many words by Orthodox participants, but even outrageous statements are made by Patriarch Athenagoras and Demetrius by the new Thyatira confession. They are often coming by at least a verbal confession that Orthodoxy is still the one true Church of Christ. There is therefore some justification for those who refuse to break with ecumenist hierarchs who do not know at what point they actually become heretics. Ecumenism, rather than a formal heresy, is more like an elemental movement, an intellectual attitude which is, quote, in the air and takes possession of individuals and groups, while hold Christian churches to the degree of their worldliness and openness to intellectual fashions. Thus, it is in our church also, and even in our minds, unless we are waging a conscious warfare against the, quote, spirit of the times. All the more difficult, then, it to define it and know exactly where the battle line is. Our own flocks, to the degree that they are worldly, don't understand these matters and are to a decision to formally, quote, break communion with all ecumenist Orthodox churches would simply not be understood by many. There is a fear increased by knowledge of the Greek old calendar situation of falling into a sectarian mentality that we alone are pure. Which, okay, so if you look at HTM right at that time, that's kind of what they were saying. It's like our little monastery in Boston's the only, uh, um, we are the only ones that should be able to teach orthodoxy or something, right? But he's not differentiating is that that's not all the Greeks, right? It's like, and those specific Greeks, the majority of them, if you look into the history of where they came from the Greek archdiocese, which is, the it's a the world Orthodox Greeks, right? But they seen what happened in the '60s where Patriarch Athenagoras lifted the anathemas on the Roman Catholic Church, and then they got, scandalized. It wasn't the 1920s. So the Greeks from the 1920s had already broken from those guys. And those Greeks had a different mentality than these Greeks in America, right? That would become, quote, true Orthodox. Well, that same worldly spirit was in them because they were coming from the Greek archdiocese, but it became into this like overly strictness type thing where they were like super correct and like, uh, had all these like rejecting westernization, but in itself was a westernization. They started throwing saints off the tower uh, Saint Augustine, and what else did they do? Like they protested Archbishop Averki's funeral, and they did all this kind of weird stuff. And he'll take the situation with this particular monastery in Boston, and when he's talking about Greek old calendars, and that's who he's talking about specifically in this letter. So what I say to him, I said, why'd you cut the letter off? What does he say after that? Didn't he say to follow St. Philaret and Archbishop Averki? Said Archbishop Averki said a decisive break had to be made. And what did St. Philaret do with your jurisdiction specifically? You're taking things out of context. All true Orthodox aren't just Greeks in HTM. Near the end of his life, he published an entire Orthodox word on the true Orthodox of Romania. The situation he was talking about with the Greeks was HTM being overly zealous when it came to laity, not clergy. He also fully understood they could never be in communion with these jurisdictions because of the acts of apostasy and recognized the possibility of a remnant who weren't disseminating. If you read further, he said they needed to follow St. Philip and Archbishop Averki's lead. Both agreed a decisive break had to happen with the official churches for what they were doing in the WCC. I said exceptions to rules are not the rule itself, and you yourself have participated in acts of apostasy and dissemination and clearly fall under the anathema against ecumenism. I said in his later letter, he says this about your jurisdiction. And then this is the quote. It says, in view of the Thyatira confession announcing that we have no communion with Constantinople, that's his jurisdiction, right? It says whatsoever, but will not also rebaptize those who come to us from them. For us personally, there's no problem in view of the ever-increasing apostasy. So even referencing Father Seraphim Rose, right, or Saint Seraphim Rose, when he broke communion with your jurisdiction because of the acts of apostasy going on. Well, not him, but Rocor did and agreed with it. He said there's no problem, right? So it's ignorant. And then he says this. He says, let us also beware of the temptation on the left side. So we're talking about the royal path here. He says, we do not need to declare fanatically that we are the only Orthodox left, but let us also be aware of the process of apostasy that has taken possession of virtually all Orthodox churches now, and to which we too can fall if we are not sober and cautious. Our own Sobora bishops some years back already discouraged communion with the Greek archdiocese, and with our own Bishop Nectaria of Seattle is for us a motto of sound moderation, when he warns us that some of our bishops are doing a little too much for the sake of being, quote, recognized by world orthodoxy. Perhaps the best description of our church status at the present time is something like, quote, moderate, sober, and aloof, but in practice, this is a difficult path to follow. So he got smacked, dude. And he didn't respond after that, So.
Sorry, I had it muted and I didn't realize I was talking. My bad.
What were you
Um,
saying?
uh, I don't know what the fuck all that was supposed to mean because no, I mean from what's his name?
From Peter Harris?
Yeah, that guy.
Well, what he's saying is that
Well, do you think there's any truth to what he's saying about uh, Sarah from Rose before he died? Saw,
no,
turned on the
I,
old calendarist or whatever.
the truth of the matter with it is that Seraphim Rose, Father Saint Seraphim Rose, was in a kind of dispute with the Pantalone, like those under Father Pantalone, and that was a supposed true Orthodox of Greece but they were in Boston and they were really Americans. And this guy had like a fake accent, right? And he pretended to be Greek and he really was born in Detroit, right? And he felt like an elder cult around himself. So he like he convinced a lot of people. I think he went to Mount Athos for a couple months and like came back and in his like 30s started calling himself an elder, right? And then there was like later on there was some weird sex scandal. So he was right about them, right? But what they'll do is they'll take a situation where these like overly zealous, people in Boston who became an elder cult and say all true Orthodox are those people. And it's like, no, we're not. Not all of us were connected with them in any way, right? And the majority of us don't like them because we know what they've done and we know what world orthodoxy does. They blur the lines, right? So they'll blur the lines and say HTM is all true Orthodox, and that's not the case because there's Bulgarians and there's Romanians and there's Russian true Orthodox and there's Greek true Orthodox that are actually from Greece, not some guy from Detroit that acted like he was from Greece. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's truth to it, but he's not giving the context, and he knows that the majority of his audience, and he's betting on nobody knows that history, right? Because unless you've looked into it for like, I don't know, like the last 4 years and know what you're talking about, you're not going to know those small details really. So he depends on kind of ignorance of people to push this narrative. And when you expose it, he doesn't respond. He doesn't want to talk about the actual facts and the little nuances to what this means. So yes, but this was also before 1984. Father Seraphim Rose, or Saint Seraphim Rose, died in 1983. Near the end of his life, I have an Orthodox word over here that was printed in 1982, and on the front cover is the true Orthodox of Romania. So at the end of his life, he's completely supportive of the true Orthodox. They're in full Eucharistic communion with the true Orthodox of Greece and the true Orthodox of Russia. And Archbishop Verkey is the one who pushed Rokor to call themselves true Orthodox. So he's wrong, right? And what happened in 2007, the hierarchy got infiltrated. They ended up capitulating to the Moscow Patriarchate, and they joined World Orthodoxy and left behind the Greek True Orthodox in the Synod of Resistance. So that was the last time they were in communion with true Orthodox Christians. So now they'll say like that history sort of didn't happen, and that Saint Seraphim hated the true Orthodox and spoke out vehemently against old calendars. And it's just like out of context, and it matters which old calendars he was talking about. So yeah, he's right, but he's wrong in the way that he's presenting it.
Right. So he's basically taking an example that's a bad example and extrapolating all this bullshit out of it, essentially.
Right, like he's taking an inch and like stretching it into a mile that just isn't there. You know what I mean? And it's like it's very strategic, and like I'll give it to him because the average person is not going to know that. And like they'll see that and just buy it, and the majority of world Orthodox are willing to buy that narrative because they don't want the truth. You get what I'm saying? They're comfortable where they are. They don't want to leave their jurisdiction. They like coffee time. They like their priest, even if he's bowing to ecumenists. Like it doesn't matter. Like, so that's really what's going on there. And you got to think too. The big situation is people are thinking about money in these situations. Believe it or not, like this is a priest who, where he's living, the church has ownership of his house, right? And they're letting him stay there. So if he can't speak out, he's got to hold to the party line, or he gets kicked out of his crib. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you're and I think that was probably strategic from the church. Like, okay, like you've spoken out against humanism in the past, we'll just put you in one of our houses, and so you'll never speak out to the fullest degree or something. And I only know that because we have an inside guy. Like, we had an inside guy in there that left them and told us all this stuff, you know? Which is weird, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I don't want to talk about. I don't know where that dude lives, but I know that he's under the Greeks. Like, the Greeks set him up in a house.
I want to see if Joel laughs at what I just sent him.
You said
Hope
what?
not. I want to see if Joel starts laughing with the pictures I just sent him.
What?
I'll send them to you. I'll send them to you too. It's the stuff I made last night on Grok. Hold on one second. Okay, you should have them now. Unsee. Oh boy. But yeah, I made those. Most of those I made on Grok, except for the the lampshade one. I didn't make that one, but
Ain't no way, bro. No, son.
yeah.
Kanye
Oh,
West with a crooked eye, bro. That's killing me.
that's
I ain't even gonna
Grog.
say what he's
That's
doing.
Oh yeah. Let me send you guys this. This is a statue that's in San Francisco that I saw on my commute this morning to come do some business here. Look at
I
this
dare
fucking
you to
statue.
use that as a I dare you to use that as a your profile jump. You know
Which
what I
one?
mean?
The Kanye? The Kanye there?
Yeah. Well,
I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
no, not your profile jump. I mean, like as a video screenshot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't do it on this StreamYard, but definitely if I go back to the old
You
StreamYard, I will.
scared, boy.
No, I don't. I can't. It doesn't allow me. I have to pay to use like backgrounds and stuff. Unfortunately.
Oh, that sucks. Who
Yeah.
is that? Who's the chick in the roller skate statue?
I have no idea. It's a statue of a woman in like running yoga pants, and uh, a sports bra. It's like what the fuck?
That's Rocky with an eye at the end.
Yeah, dude. Like, can you like they literally put this statue up? Like, what the fuck are they thinking? Like, I wish I could put it on the screen, but it's like
Roxanne.
it's incredible, you know. Roxanne.
I don't know. She busted. No.
Are you saying that because of the color of the statue? Come on.
No, that's got to be like a tennis player, right?
I have no. I honestly don't know. I'm assuming it's some athlete or something. I don't know.
It's got to be, right? So I got to watch my words.
You can get in trouble over there.
All right. Giving into the Wokies.
But what do you guys think of my banner here? Use banners to summarize your talking points and display calls to action. Oh,
What's it say?
how about this one here?
Oh. Yeah. Add your comrade. Wow.
Join
Now we know
panel.
who they're working with.
Join panel. I add you, comrade. There you go.
Oy vey.
Well, it's funny. You mix those two accents together. They are very related.
The lampstand's a little funny.
I was looking at getting one for my house. So I was like, you know.
I dare you. I'll get one here at the monastery. No.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's hilarious. I would actually love to see that. That'd be I'm just,
No, you would, dude.
like I would love to see the articles that they put out after that.
Put it at the driveway.
So I visited this monastery, and wow, I gotta say,
Crazy.
no, who was it that was writing articles about you guys?
I don't know who.
No, didn't you say that somebody was like writing stuff about Father Joseph and some other people, saying you guys are, you know,
I don't know. There's a couple people out here doing some weird stuff. Like there's that one kid that you sent me some messages of. You know what I mean? Made some videos or whatever, and he asked somebody to write an article or something. I don't know. Maybe that's who you're talking about.
no,
Oh,
no,
you're talking
yeah,
about Father John Whiteford?
yeah, something about saying that you guys are, you know, hateful or something.
Well, yeah, I think that's happened a few times. Like, there's AI posts online calling like Father Joseph like a mean-hearted priest or something, which he deserves it. No, I'm not playing. He is mean. No, but there is something that Bishop Enoch recently said. It's like the truth isn't always kind of nice. You know what I mean? It's like if you're being too nice in detriment of truth, then you're not actually being charitable. Like there's an extent that you got to tell people how it is without like falling into the nice trap. You know, about everything. Because like I guess like kind of silence can be acceptance in a way or something. Not wanting to hurt someone's feelings and they're fully doing something that's not acceptable or that's confusing people and lead them down the wrong path. I made the blackest coffee of my life, bro. I can't even drink it. It's so gross. Oh, rough. Oh, man. Are we live right now? Yeah, we are live. Wow. Never know. Where are we live at? Like, you're not on your channel, dog.
It's on my backup channel.
Okay. By the way, you're shadow banned on your other one.
How do you know?
Well, because you're not. You were closer. You're like higher up on the list, and now like Gen X Jeff is all you see, and you gotta like scroll down a bunch to even find your other account. I don't know if that's because you stopped posting or what. Yeah, you're shadow banned for sure. Yeah. They got TMO the weirdest shadow ban. Like you'll look up his account and like he'll be live and it won't show that he's actually live
Yeah, I've
until you
noticed that
click his
too. Yeah,
profile.
that's the same thing. Like, I actually have to look them up every time, which is bizarre. Like, I never had to do that before, but like, I think it's because like when he got that strike, it takes you out of the algorithm, and then you got to then it resets you or something like that. Like I think it's pretty bizarre, and also like I've really come to the conclusion that YouTube is totally rigged, like utterly rigged.
Well, yeah. Well, there was this thing that came out like where that guy, Mara Emanuel, remember that? He got stabbed or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yep, I
So he got
remember.
stabbed, right? And then there was counts that covered it and who did it. Okay. Well, since they covered who did it, they got strikes and shadow banned because of that. So, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube has some, I don't know, dog in that game with the
And the
Muslims
Mari
or something.
Mari guy.
Well,
What do you mean? What do you mean? So what do you mean they have? What is? Sorry, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that you can't talk about Muslims doing
Bad
attacks
thing.
on someone.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not totally surprised by that, but I'm also like, it's kind of like they want you to be upset,
Scandalized by it, right?
and they also want you to be upset that you can't post about it. And so I think it's just basically like I wish I could really summarize what me and Pillier talk about privately, because every time we try to record, it's not as good as when we're actually talking about it. But like if you really understand what they're doing, it's like they really want to push this like pseudo white nationalism, like mean Mr. Mustache, hate the Muslims, hate the Jews, blah blah blah. Like they're really pushing that hard, but it's totally like a magic trick to like make you pissed off,
Exactly.
and then when you're pissed off, they're going to give you a solution, and that solution is going to be way worse than what you can possibly
Yep.
imagine. So it's like
Yeah. I gotta get
they're
going, but
definitely
yeah,
doing
that
some sort of weird stuff with that.
yeah, I gotta get going. But I think that's definitely true. And I think when you start looking at world history, I think that's exactly what they did with the world wars and
Hello,
stuff. I think it's
Yeah.
that. I think a
hello,
lot of this
hello,
stuff
hello.
is mostly it's not, it's artificially created so that they can make a certain group the enemy, so that they can overthrow that group, because that group's a, just like any group, is that when you're united under a religion or whatever, you're a problem for a group that wants to dominate the world. So I think that's, and if you look at European history, you see that as well. So I think it's pretty telling what's really going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, sorry, I missed what you guys said for some reason. Say that again.
The Jews! It's the Jews! I gotta get going though. So, yep.
Well,
Later, man.
I think wait, you're leaving?
No, he is, but I'm not.
Yeah, I gotta head out. So.
Oh, you son of a biscuit.
I'll tell you what he
No,
said.
yeah, okay.
So what he's saying is that, yeah, he thinks that what you're saying is true, and that it's probably what was going down in the world wars. You know what I mean? Where they can sort of funnel people into thinking that way to justify what they're really wanting to do. You know, so that type of stuff. So, which does seem to be the case. Like, if you can get it to seem like there's all this like this huge
Can
movement
you
in
guys hear
that
me?
direction, then you could justify getting people to join a more leftist ideology, right? And feel like that's the right way to go.
Yeah, well, definitely they're doing that, but I think it's going to be a lot more subtle. So like definitely it's a leftist direction that they're pushing everybody, especially the right wing conservative white nationalists, neo-Nazi types. They're basically turning them into leftists, but it's also like a weird, like I actually think that you're going to see Trump and these guys, like they're obviously starting to move in like a fascist direction, but it's actually it's still towards liberal ends, but it's going to be hard to see that for the average person. You know what I mean? And I know that seems like so obvious, right? But I think really where it's ending is like they're actually trying to do some sort of whoa, you got kicked out.
What?
You got kicked out of the thing for a second.
We still here?
Yeah, we're still here.
Oh, okay, that was weird.
But
But yeah,
but definitely it feels like they're going to basically. I really kind of feel like they're really pushing like a weird like I want to say eugenics, dysgenics program for some.
I gotta look more into that because I don't know a lot about it. But I'm sure that's true. You know, something's happening. Because
Well,
like if you look on Twitter, like Twitter's really telling about what they're doing, right?
yeah, definitely, definitely.
And because it'll be like, okay, like I'll give you an example, which is pretty a gnarly example, but it's true. Um, like a white chick with a black dude or something,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like it'll like show some posts like that, and it's like, okay,
Hello.
this is bait, you know. And what's the reaction to it? What are the this person? What is this person trying to intend? And it's like, yeah, you're trying to radicalize people, man. And then once you get them radicalized, you can take away their freedom from that radicalization and justify it, right? So something like that.
Sorry, somebody started talking to me. In real life, I mean. So, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello.
Yeah,
What happened?
I don't know.
Your super good internet breaking up?
Yo, bro. Yeah, I'm closer to the stars. You know, that's why it's good. I can touch a
But
satellite.
but yeah, I mean, there. It's something like I'll put it this way. I said it's a machine, and I'll say it this way. Like I think it's basically something to the effect of like techno feudalism. I think is the word, but which again I think is obvious in some ways, but I think it's more like what do you call it? Like I think they basically want to be like alien people. They want to like live like aliens on on their side, and then for like us plebs, they're gonna be like, oh look how cute they are running through the forest looking for mice to eat or something, you know, like something like that. And I mean that's a long term project, but like it's weird. Like when you see that like this whole like I was gonna talk about it with Joel, but like you just kind of see like this whole thing like look what the British did to their own empire, to their own people.
Right.
They took over the whole world basically. And then within 100 years, they basically eugenicked their own people. They've now imported all these people in. So they killed all their people in World War I. They killed all their people in World War II. They betrayed their colonies in America and Canada and England. I mean, in Australia, with immigration and all these things. For what? For what end? Right? Like, what do you think that that's about? Like, so
Yeah.
it's really bizarre. It's like basically they conquered the world
Resources,
from.
right? Like it's like a resource game or something. Is that what it
I,
is?
I'm not.
Depopulation, maybe.
I really can't quite figure it out. It's like if it was the Anglo establishment, you would think that like they would be able to manage their situation a little better, right? But
I
for
think
whatever
that
reason.
I think that people. I really believe this is that once people a nation sort of leaves God, right? You know, and pushes God to the side, then God sends the pagans in. You know what I mean? Like that's when that ends up happening. It's just like that, or the communist or some other like really terrible leader gets put in place, and it's to humble the people and to get them into a state to where they'll repent. I think that's really what's going on. So maybe that it's. I'm not saying that they don't have their own free will to do the things that they're doing, but I think that there's a spirit behind what they're doing. And I think that it's just antichrist or
Cursing
the
themselves
demons.
essentially, right?
Yeah, it's just like they're falling into the trap of the demons, so they might not even be maybe consciously aware of what they're doing, and they think they're being conscious of it, but they're not, because what's happening is not necessarily on a conscious level; it's on a spiritual level, which people reject nowadays. You get like sent to a mental hospital or something if you talk about it. So yeah, I think all of it is sort of the demons working behind the scenes, and then God also working to correct what the demons are doing, and it's just going to fulfill what has already been prophesied, whether people realize it or not. So they kind of go along with the plan as is, anyways. So, and what I mean, and that's really a simplification because there is some like deep thinkers out there that are trying to, subvert the world and do like this weird one world everything. You know what I mean? That is happening. you know and as far as I can tell, it's just from reading prophecies, it's going to be the antichrist is going to be from the tribe of Dan, so he's going to be a J, and he's going to come from a specific place where Christ came out of, so that region of the world. He's going to
Well,
look like Christ, and it's going to be very that way. Oh no.
I kicked myself out of my own show.
Yeah, get out of here. It's mine now.
Zelensky.
I wish you had seen the Zelensky videos I was playing last night.
The AI ones.
Oh no, the Owen Benjamin stuff. Oh my god, dude.
And what's he talking about? Cult leader.
Well, he was talking about how basically that like Trump and JD Vance and Zelensky when they were sitting there, he said this is basically like improv comedy. Like they give you like a general like character to play. So like okay, we're gonna go into the scene and Trump's gonna be mad at you and you have to like just be just be a dick. Just be Ukrainian essentially, right? Just be a Ukrainian dickhead, right? And he's like,
Mm,
okay, I will do it. It's like because these people are all trained actors. That's what people don't realize is like Trump is literally trained as an actor. Zelensky is literally trained as an actor. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. And
So
they're in the place of world leaders, right? And it's like, okay,
yeah,
then you got Putin, who's former KGB, or there is no such thing as former KGB, but you know what I'm saying? It's like,
right.
uh, it's truly a stage, man. And from what I understand is from looking into like sort of the Russian church over there in Russia, is that they're saying the war with the Ukraine is the Jays pitting the Slavs against each other,
I
right?
mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I mean, allegedly,
Right,
So
right,
I
right,
mean,
right. I
and
I believe that's the true what's really happening in that situation. You know what I'm
well,
saying?
put it this way. That's why I've always said that World War One and World War Two were basically eugenics program against Western Europeans. I mean, how it wasn't about anything other than that, in my personal opinion. You know what I mean? Like how could you argue it was, right? So
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's literally like let's go ahead and kill off 20% of the working class males in Western Europe. Mission accomplished. I mean, it's pretty simple, you know.
Yeah, and what's I think that the thought process probably behind that, right? If you really look at it, it's like, what were they pushing? An atheistic, right, uh, ideology, a very leftist woke, everything. There's no spiritual, materialist type thoughts. You know what I mean? And
Right,
anybody that had any religious ideology was deemed crazy and sent to camps and all this stuff.
right, yep.
So it's satanic at its core. You know what I mean? It's a
Well,
very satanic movement.
well, and I think the same thing about the Civil War as well. Like I studied the Civil War a lot. I was really into like the history of America from like 1600 to like 1865 because I feel like 1865 America died basically. Like it was like that was when America was dead essentially, in my opinion. Like because if you really understand what they did, they basically just killed off like a bunch of Southern people.
Hmm.
Like that's basically what happened, right? And that's why they had the carpet bagging, right? And so like by the time you and I were born, 120 years later, right?
Mm,
Um, the South had been totally subverted, you know, you
yeah,
know, in every
yeah.
single way, you know. So
Well, and it
and
still is. And you what's so weird about the South is that there's good aspects of it too, because I was raised there, and I think that there's smart people there that understand like kind of what goes on, and
yeah,
how
I
the other
agree.
side doesn't.
Yeah.
The other side paints a picture as if we're the bad guys or something and all that, and I don't know. I don't fully buy it. I think they were just as bad until it reached a point where they could play good or something. I don't know. But yeah, there's a dumbing down of the culture there. You know what I'm saying? Like they want people not um, too smart or something. I don't know.
No, it's definitely something, and again, it's like something.
Like, why is it rural there? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is it rural in the South? And what I mean by that is like, why don't you have these major cities in those areas? And I think that's still like holding on to maybe the Civil War or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, why
Well,
isn't
yeah, yeah.
funding
It's
being funneled in that way?
well, I'm sure that there has been and there should be more PhD, you know, theses written on it, but I can definitely tell you, like, I think it's complicated because basically you have the England supporting the South allegedly, and then you have some sort of other involvement with the, other empires, the French and other people. So there's some sort of weird, you know, there's some sort of weird old world influence in the Civil War, right? And then if you think about everything since then has been basically like constructing, central banking out of that, right? And I think that that kind
Mm,
of lets you know a lot about what that was really about, which is basically like the project of centralizing control into central banking or some, which is an oversimplification, but you get the idea, like.
yeah.
And the reason I say that is like if you really look at liberalism, old or new, from my new perspective, I would say it's like the basic way to understand it is basically like transhumanism, essentially. So like liberalism equals transhumanism, right? And I think it's kind of like this, like you can't give people an IQ test to get a job, right? You've heard about that, right?
Yeah.
But there's no law that says that you can't give people an IQ IQ test to be alive. Does that make sense? And I
Yeah.
think that's kind of the way that they're thinking personally. Like, I think they're just basically like, we're going to make this really sophisticated game that basically, if you're not above a certain level, you're just not going to be able to like make it, you know? And I think that's kind of the game that's being, I think that's really kind of what's going on. It's like, they're basically saying like, they're thinking that they're like Darwinian. They're thinking that they can be like Darwinian gods, where they're like, okay, we're gonna force this sort of like evolution on man to make them more like God or whatever. But it's really all a trick to basically say to basically get everybody to, you know, get the Antichrist spirit or something
Dude,
like that.
check this out. Like, I just found this. I forgot to post this. It says the occupying authorities in Moscow and Kiev are allies in the war against the people of Russia and Ukraine. On the official website of the Foreign of Russia, response to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, M. Galuzina, on the issues of the TASS agency. Quote, Gazprom pays Naftogaz a lot of money for the transit of blue fuel. It is known from an open source that the fare is $32 for the 1 cube. According to the agreement, 65 billion cubic meters were pumped in the last year. 40 billion cubic meters should be transported in the next 4 years. That's 109 million per day. In other words, Russia pays Ukraine about $1.3 billion for gas transit in a year. The transit conditions by the Russian side are fully complied with. That is, Putin has paid Zelensky at least $3.5 billion for the transit of Russian gas to Europe since the beginning of his bloody SSO. Putin pays Zelensky more than $100 million monthly for the rent of a gas pipe. Every day, these Putin's millions of dollars, every day for these Putin's millions of dollars, Ukrainian armed forces receive more than 1,500 howitzers, 150 millimeter shells or drones, which they use to kill Russian soldiers. Putin funds Zelensky and gives cheap gas to Europe, which produces weapons from this gas for war with Russia. Brusky. What do you think of that? It's got like picture of him at the Welling Wall, along with another picture of Putin at the Welling Wall.
You sent me the article or something?
No, I'll send it to you now. I
So
don't
what
even
are
know.
they? So what are they saying basically with that?
Like basically that Putin is paying Zelensky for this gas pipe, and they're doing it they're funding this war together.
Yeah. Well, it definitely makes sense to me as far as
Like, look at this. Look, I just sent it to you.
okay.
This
Well,
is from a while
don't
back. I don't remember.
never forget Trump did the same thing. You know,
Yeah, dude. For real though, like this is what's going on though, for sure. Like I'm pretty sure this is what's
on the
happening.
foreign of uh, the official website of the foreign of Russia.
I guess this text was originally in Russian, so it's a little off.
No, I get it. Transit conditions by the. Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense to me from a higher level perspective, but this is why I think that it's like obvious that, as I said, this is basically a synthetic Darwinian eugenics program, essentially. Yeah,
Yeah.
of the highest order,
And I
because
think you're right about the whole Trump thing. Like that was a whole act, like to act like he's mad at them or something. He's really not. Like it's
what,
all part of the
what,
plan.
and what I wanted to tell Joel because he was asking me about it, and I was like trying to think of like how to explain it. But yeah, definitely, I think if you kind of like look at it as like a sketch comedy, like literally, I think it's like sketch comedy. So it's like you watch it, and the whole point is to basically like demoralize and confuse you, right? Where you think that it's real or you think it's a joke. but it's always like it's both at the same time. But then on the other side, it's like there's a Hegelian outcome, right? And so what's the synthesis of it? Well, the synthesis is essentially that, you know, they're setting up the next joke, and so the next joke might be a war, it might be a peace that's fake, you know. And I think that's the whole thing of like, what they're going to say. Well, Trump and Putin have negotiated a deal. Well, all these real people died in this stupid ass war for nothing, you know, essentially. So that's the joke, essentially. Like that's the joke. Like they basically just died for nothing. So you know, so that's why it's really sick, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It's craziness.
Yeah,
Uh,
but yeah,
this is a Solzhenitsyn quote. He said, "If humanism were right in declaring that man is born to be happy, he would not be born to die, since his body is doomed to die. His task on earth evidently must be of a more spiritual nature that cannot be unrestrained enjoyment of everyday life." So I think at the root of it, it's a humanistic cause, right? Like the big plan is like, okay, if we get these numbers down to a certain level, then those people that are left after this, depopulation thing, then they'll live better than any humans have ever lived or something. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like it's some weird logic like that, right?
yeah, that's exactly right. Yep. No, that's exact, and I think that, and in a weird sense, like I can kind of see what they're saying. Like I know that sounds evil, but like I can kind of see what they're saying. But then it's like it's almost like if you did all these horrible things to make this omelet, was it worth it? I mean,
By the time it's
yeah,
over, you're a mass murdering, lunatic, and there's
right.
so much blood on your hands. Like, what? It's going to be a totalitarian, utopian, antichrist world, anyways. Like,
Well, I think the funny thing is like I think that they probably believe that this is how they're getting rid of those people, right? They're just saying, well, you know, we'll have all the people who sign up for the war just kill themselves because those are the people that believe in nonsense wars anyways. So fuck it, you know, like I know that sounds weird, but
no,
I
no,
really
you're
think
right.
that's how they're thinking about it. You know, like that sounds insane, but like that seemed like just think about the Civil War, for example, right? Like you have two people on both sides who are just fighting. Like, well, I need to protect my. Well, Pill Eater had this really interesting thing that I don't really want to repeat, but something to the effect of like, well, because it's actually similar to what Owen Benjamin said, but he something to the effect of like, you know, sounds really bad, but like basically men never kill each other because of interpersonal problems between men. They kill each other because of women, essentially, like to protect women and kids, essentially.
Usually,
And
right? But here's the thing. So in revolution activity, right, a change of self coincidences coincides with the change of that is mankind is somehow to be changed, and we know what man becomes in revolution. He becomes a beast, totally gripped by the fever for blood, for destroying. There's something very frightful. The demons are let loose, and person becomes demonized. And this is what Marx wants. The man can become something new, no longer able to love family, country, to have normal morality, to have love for God, to have all the normal things which normal society accepts as standards of action, to be something new, completely unrooted, the man of the moment, someone to whom you can tell, go out and kill 1 million people, and he'll go off and do it without even thinking. This is the kind of new man that the communist wants to make. Of course, this making of a new man is not only the result of communist activities. We see that with the prevalence of radical philosophies, atheist philosophies, the decline of morality, the looseness of philosophy of the life in the West, where there are no communists to take over. The same produces a man who is ruthless, has no contact with tradition, with the past, with God. One contemporary writer on this subject, Eric Kohler, has said one interesting thing, quote, the powerful trend towards the disruption and invalidation of the individual manifestly presents in the most diverse currents of modern life, economic, technological, political, scientific, educational, psychic, and artistic, appears so overwhelming that we are induced to see it in a true mutation, a transformation of human nature. We shall leave this until the next lecture. Yeah, okay, so, but yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, it's like that's what the revolutionary mentality is all about. It's like transforming man into a beast, um, bloodthirsty or something.
Well, and again, I think that the ultimate end is they don't want that to be the case, but they're thinking like, well, in order to get there, we have to kind of go through this
What that
crucible,
stage, that kind of like a
crucible,
stage to turn men into beasts, to forget family, and to forget all these things. That's kind of what Marx was pushing, right?
right?
Away with the old traditions and the old way of living and religion and all this other stuff.
Well, I think that's what the whole thing of the crucible is all about. It's like you put the metal into the thing, you burn all the impurities away, and then something better comes out on the other side, right? I
Yeah.
literally think that's why they call it the crucible and all this stuff. Is like there's some sort of weird, ideology. I don't know what the official name of it is, Luciferianism or something maybe, but I don't know. It's like some sort of weird like I
I
think it's again Darwinian, Marxist. It's all the
Yeah,
same shit
it's
essentially.
Darwinian, yeah, for sure, because
Enlightenment.
that's the strong conquer the weak, right? You know, and what they
Right,
I
but it
think
but
they
it,
want
but
to
it,
make a
but it
super race, right, of people.
yeah, no, exactly. It's yeah, I think they do, but it's not going to be necessarily like a bunch of brutes that are just slaughtering everybody. I think it's going to be a lot more sophisticated, and I think that's kind of what the whole situation we find ourselves in now is like. They're not going to just overtly go and do all these things, right? I think they're going to do it in a very, very, very subtle way, and it's going to get increasingly more subtle, right? And I think that's why I'm kind of disappointed that people haven't picked up on what, oh, not only myself, but a lot of us have been saying, because like I'm trying to like, even myself who's looked into this for years, like it's really hard to wrap your mind around how subtle a lot of this is. Like a lot of I mean, I think the whole purpose of the truther stuff is basically to like point out the obvious stuff and make it all about the obvious stuff, so you don't understand like the subtleties of what's kind of actually going on. It's all about this big. They want to make you own nothing and be happy. Well, in a weird Christian way, that's kind of a Christian idea, that you don't actually own anything and that you're actually kind of happy, right? So they're kind of weirdly stealing the like something that's kind of like a virtue,
Well, it's half.
you
There's
know.
something called Putin, the Communist Christian, all right? And there's an article written by Vladimir Moss where he sort of talks about this. But there is a distinction where, people willingly, when they became a part of the early Christian communities, they would, you know, uh, share things with everybody. But this wasn't forced on them. You get what I'm saying? What ended up happening was like a couple had joined this community and promised to sell this particular property and then disperse this throughout the community. Well, when they did it, they sort of lied. And St. Peter was like, "You didn't lie to us, you lied to God." And they ended up dropping dead because of it, right? Now, they could take that and make it seem like you have to do it, but God didn't force them to join that community. You dig what I'm saying? That was in their free will. So the difference is communists don't allow it to be in your free will. Once they take over, you're either in or out, right?
Well, yeah, and this is the thing is like what's really interesting about this whole economic situation. And again, I wish I could do it justice, and I'm sure me and Pillier talk about it, and even he, as an expert, like it's really difficult to put it into words that's kind of like easy to transfer the concepts over, but it's something like they turn you into a henchman. Like they get you in their clan, right? They're like, oh, you're gonna join the super secret. It's like I think the best way to look at it is like the aristocracy, or the what was the class called in England, where the class of people that are like the what do you call it? They're I'm trying to think of the class. It's like the class of like nobles that basically like they get all these lands and stuff, but then they have to go and actually like fight for the king in return.
Yeah, no.
I can't remember what you call that class of people, but whatever they no I guess it's noblemen or whatever, but you get the
Oligarchs? I don't know.
well, you get the idea, something like that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like basically like the it's like the people who are the knights of the king essentially, right?
Right. Okay.
The thing is that all those people who join, you know, I think they think that they're in the club, and I don't even think it's out of selfishness. I think a lot of them, I think I think a lot of them
Sorry.
truly got into that for the right reasons, right? But then once you're in and you're just following orders and you're kind of like killing your own people, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you're kind of like given over to something else, right? And you know, I'm not sitting here blaming all these men for doing this because you know they probably didn't know what's going on, but I'm just saying overall, like if there's enough of that going on for like you know the past 2,000 years in Europe, for example, you know, eventually it gets to the point where you're like they took over the whole world allegedly with the English Empire, right? But then what's left over? Like you have a bunch of like look at the average state of European people right now. Like it's shameful to say the least, right? So
Yeah.
you know,
I was watching some guy who's doing a live stream, and like it, it was like a dude, right? But dressed in a dress, and he was from England, and he's talking about. Uh, I know this is weird, but like he was kind of dressed up like the Joker, and he had like that kind of connotation, but like an English accent. And he's talking about like being a vegetarian is very woke. You know what I mean? And he had all these people kind of like gathered around in this chat, and he was talking about you know the what was going on in England, and he was like making some good points, right? But it was very nihilistic, and you could feel how demonic that was, right? And that's the way people become demoralized. And when they become demoralized, they start rebelling in ways and try to get attention in ways that are really extreme. You know what I mean? Like dressing like the Joker in a dress or something. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess like his girlfriend left him or something. Like, and then he started doing this thing.
look,
Can you hear me? Yep. Hello. Oh, I'll send you the Ukraine thing. Hold on.
can you hear me now? Sorry,
Yeah, I can hear you. But
I keep
yeah,
losing.
so
I'm in a building, so I keep losing service everywhere.
so I realized while I was watching this guy that you know this was rooted in being demoralized, like his like becoming like this tranny that was like on YouTube talking about veganism. You know what I mean? Like this is rooted in being demoralized and wanting to blame somebody for your demoralization and like your misery in your life and your suffering. And it's like when man reaches that stage, he becomes extremely nihilistic and bitter. And that bitterness and misery like sort of consumes them. And I think that's what's being pushed on man the most right now. Like they want to make people bitter and angry. And, you know, you see it in movies too. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of mentality. So I think there's something there into that, man. It's like they don't want men to be men. They want women to hate men. They want men to hate women. Like there's this weird thing going on. I don't know.
No, you're 100% correct, and I think that I'm glad you kind of reminded me because like it's kind of a whole nother angle. I've been trying to figure out how to say this, but it's like what I'm trying to do is get you to like that life is kind of a joke in a sense, where it's like to do this to you, but it's really up to you to choose if you want to be a bitter piece of shit or not, you know?
Right. Well, it's like nihilism, and that's what if I was
Like
talking
basically
about,
there's a choice in the matter. Like it's not predestined that you're going to be a bitter,
no, that
evil
you have
person,
options,
right?
right?
Like you have to make choices along the way that's going to either make that happen or not, you know?
Well, it gets dark, right? And if people don't know why they're suffering, then they're going to go in that direction. But if you know why you're suffering, then you don't become bitter about it, you know? Um, but if you're living in a world that says there is no God, there is nothing,
I don't know
you
if
know
you
what
could
I
hear me
mean?
or not. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Did you hear me before what I said?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because for some reason, whenever it keeps cutting off your audio, so like if I'm talking and then it cuts off your, so I think it's because I'm in this building with like a lot of concrete and steel. So, but but yeah, I was just saying like it's that's why I respect Owen Benjamin. But a lot of it is the more you look at it is it's just very sophisticated as to like what's kind of going on, where it's like you said, they're trying to make you demoralized, so you choose not to have kids. You choose not to be positive or a
Right.
positive force for things in your life, you know?
Yeah, and
So,
you
but
put
they
the
don't force
blame
you to
on
do it. I
things.
mean, other than like a war that comes through and just kills your whole family or something. I mean, that's different. But barring
And
that, you know,
well, these cats will like go and they'll get attached to something like veganism or something. You know what I mean? Like it's like if you can occupy people with like a scapegoat, I don't. Well, I don't. Yeah, but if you can occupy people with a scapegoat, then they're not really worried about who's really pushing this demoralization and this who's causing this suffering and who's causing this misery. You know what I'm saying? And why people are reacting in that way. It's like there is this sort of message out there that is like everything is doomed and there's only now or something like that. Like everybody like we're kind of children of the apocalypse because everybody I grew up with in high school, they were talking about it's like no morals and no gods and no there's only parties or something like that. It was like that's dead, man. It's a dead end and it leads to like drugs and all types of like really like music pushing it. I don't know, like entertainment, and somehow that it like romanticizes self-destruction, romantic about destroying yourself. Why are all the like rock stars like pushing drug use or something? You know what I mean? Like that's like not a good thing. Movies like and kids are kind of raised by that. They're raised by televisions, and that's all to make you really nihilistic and bitter.
hello, Sheila.
Yeah,
You, sorry, I was talking to somebody.
you good?
And they made me enough. I couldn't refuse. You know what I mean? So
What, they give you a meatball sub or something?
Say what?
No, I don't know.
What?
Meatball. You get a meatball sub, huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
But yeah, you really got to read that book. Nihilism is the root of the revolution of the modern age.
Sounds like fun.
No, it breaks it down seriously because that's really the root of the revolution of the modern age. It really is. You talk to anybody and they have that mentality.
Inconceivable.
It's like Voltaire or something. You ever read Voltaire? Chicken wing enthusiast. What do you think of the Ukraine
Hey,
thing?
I'll be right back. Hold on one second.
All right, do you think?
Okay, hold on one second. Hello?
Yeah. One day. Dude.
Hello, it's me again. I'm here.
What up, dog?
What? So, I'm going to be in this car with another person because I'm getting a Lyft ride for a few minutes to go do something. So,
All right. Well, I'll hit you up later, man. Hit me up.
no. I was going to say if you want to stay on here, and I'm not sure how it's going to be. I don't know how awkward it's going to be because I don't really do ride shares and shit. So, if you want to stay on the phone for a minute, I'm going to probably film some of San Francisco, and it'd be kind of cool if you're on here. So.
All right. I'll just chill. I'm gonna mute
No, yeah,
myself.
no, yeah, and I'll talk. I just don't know how much I'll be talking because I don't know if this person is going to be offended by what we're talking about or not. I'm not sure. It depends on what kind of people it is.
Well,
I don't
I
really.
don't know. I'm not gonna say much. I'm just gonna chill.
Oh no! I have headphones on, so they're not going to hear anything you say. I just don't know if they're going to be offended by what I say. So let me see. They should be here in a minute. So.
Well, be easy with them, man.
Oh, I will, but I want to. But I'm actually excited because I never get to film San Francisco because whenever I'm here, I'm always driving and shit and walking and got busy shit going. So I'm kind of excited to.
Yeah, you know what? I just realized that you're in San Francisco. You know, you could probably, I don't know, if you do end up getting into Orthodoxy. There's a lot of places in San Francisco that are well renowned. You know.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of them for sure. I've been in and out of a couple of places.
Well,
definitely seen
joy
some.
of the holy name, or what is it called? Like something like, what is it called? It's under Rollcore MP right now, but it's St. John's Cathedral, really.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I've been to St. John's. I know that I've been to the one where St. John of Shanghai is like in a
Yeah, yeah,
in a thing. I've been in there before.
yeah. That's the spot. That's crazy. I'd love to visit there.
Yeah, that's quite a lovely that's quite a lovely place to go for sure. Like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I definitely
Uh,
heard some weird stuff goes on there as far as not necessarily against them, but um, I don't know how much I should say online, but essentially that there seems to be a lot of interest between Russia and America. Let's just put
yeah,
it this way: there's definitely a lot of interest from the United States government as far as what Russians and Orthodox people are up to. I'll put it that way.
yeah. The CIA, is
Yeah.
looking
So,
into orthodoxy being, subverting Americans.
and again, like as well as they should, as far as like if America were real, which is debatable. But.
And not a Freemasonic experiment.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Not well, and it's kind of weird. It's kind of funny to think like these people are spying on each other, but ultimately they're on the same side, which is kind of fucking hilarious in a way.
Pretty
Kind of
much.
funny, right? I think that's actually like fucking hilarious in so many different ways, man. But
Angry
yeah.
pizza man. What?
How's it going?
What's up, dude? Can I get a pizza?
You like a pizza?
I don't even think we can have cheese, can we? I don't know
Oh
the
yes.
rules. I just haven't been eating. I don't know the rules for Lent. I just haven't been eating, dude. That's
Well, I think if you're doing like Western Rite, I don't know if it's actually started yet. Like the full fast.
It started. It started Monday.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
All right.
I'm so hungry, dude. I can hear. Um, I can hear food.
Yeah, I don't think this motherfucker's showing up. What the hell? Excuse my language, but what the hell, dude?
Brr. San Francisco.
He's gonna find him, and it's gonna be like Zelensky.
Is there a lot of gay people there, dude?
In San Francisco, there is. Yeah. Oh, I see him. All right, good. All right, I'm gonna go on radio silence. You guys talk amongst yourself for a minute.
Okay.
I'll be back in a second.
So what's up with that book, Russia Before the Second Coming? Have you found anything else crazy in it?
Not yet. I haven't looked at it in a couple days since I got involved.
Yeah. So if you watch DPH like doing that, like when he does his little review of it, there was a lot of weirdness in it, man.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch that because I haven't seen that in like months. But I did see it when it came out. It's just been so long. I mean,
Did Eschaton Vigil put that book out?
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
they're based
So
out of Tennessee too,
really, so
like Nashville.
that's got to be that monastery out there, right, in Tennessee?
Is there one out there?
Yeah, there's a monastery there. It's real core MP though,
Uh-oh.
if I'm not mistaken. The machine lies, my boy.
What's up?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, chilling.
You good, man?
Oh yeah,
That's what's
just
up.
yeah, I'm just tired. But I'm still gonna do a stream later.
Oh yeah,
And, yeah, I noticed you did one yesterday.
I didn't do it.
Oh, you didn't do it? Oh shit.
Yeah. I just set them up and don't do them.
Damn.
Got basic.
Yeah, I
I set
feel
it
that
for
way
7. I was
sometimes.
tired.
Yeah, I feel that way. I just feel like there's a couple times I was like, I want to just not show up. Right?
Yeah,
It'll be
just
fine.
get people ready, marinated for it. Leave them marinating.
Yeah, I did that the other day because I accidentally put the wrong time. So everybody's just waiting for it.
Good. No, I don't know. I will try to be better about it, but I don't know what I'm doing ever. So I really can't set a time and be like, all right, I'm doing it now because I don't ever know what I'm doing. I don't have like a set schedule. And usually, whenever I want to do something, it'll be like, oh, okay, like, I'll do it now, and then I'll instantly have to do something in the middle of it or something. So.
Yeah, I was doing chaos streams with Hank
Yeah.
where we were just invading channels, just trolling them. It was pretty funny.
How'd that go?
It was just
Good?
stream sniping a stream and then getting them to watch the stream. So once they started watching it, but the only problem is that there's no record of it now because they took their stream down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's kind of annoying. I mean, the only record of it is on my stream. So
Well,
I
at
don't know
least you
what to
have
do.
that.
Yeah, I have that. Yeah. But but yeah. But yeah, I guess it just worked.
You know
You know
who's been looking into true orthodoxy?
who?
Brother Augustine.
Oh, that
Mhm.
crazy, the Freemason guy, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess like looking at his Twitter, like he wrote a book on Freemasonry, and
Yeah. Well,
then
according to Andrew, he wasn't a Freemason. So.
yeah, according to Andrew, he called the lodge on him.
Yeah, he called the lodge.
Yo, son, like what are you doing? Exposed, bro. But anyways, so the guy, I guess something came out where like one of the Orthodox bishops were like, "Oh, we hope the Pope gets well, and we pray for his missionary work," and he was scandalized by it, supposedly, right? So he was like, I can see why the true Orthodox or the old calendars say what they say now and all this stuff. And he started like asking us questions. I guess he's trying to become true Orthodox now.
Oh
So that's
man,
kind of
I
interesting.
would be on the I would double check that dude. You're in for sure.
Yeah, because it's probably
It's an infiltration
yeah, dude. You
Well,
know
specialist.
what I
a
mean? Come on,
Freemasonic
bro.
Jew, it's kind of.
You said what?
He was a Freemasonic Jew, so I mean,
Yeah, yeah, dude.
Hey, it is what it is. Hey, Paul's a Jew. What do you do?
Dude, I don't know. But you could tell like he still has at least when I talked to him, he had some hang-ups. Like he was like, well, our bishops were good until they weren't. And he's like, well, what if like he's like asking all these like really stupid hypothetical questions.
Hey, hey guys, I'm here. I'm just gonna film a little bit. So if I go into solo mode, that's why I'm just filming.
Do your thing, man.
Keep talking, guys.
No. Oh, I gotta warm up this coffee, bro. Can you guys drink coffee in Ramadan?
No, you can't do anything. You can't eat anything. You can't. You can't even have sex with your wife.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, you can't have sex with your wife. You can't. Get angry.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you can't get angry. Yeah, you can't drink water. So it's pretty hardcore. I
So
mean,
what is it until like nighttime or something that you can?
yeah,
Or?
until sundown. So
Oh,
that's
right.
why this last 2 hours, actually, will be the stream I'm doing. So I'm gonna be pretty tired during the stream. Uncharacteristically. You know, but it is what it is. I mean,
Yeah. See, Lent started Monday, so and to be honest with you, I don't know the rules that well about what I can and can't eat. and I just haven't. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, so
I'm kind of
so
there with you, dude.
the general rule, like from a, because I know the technically like Western Rite does fast slightly different, but the general rule is basically you're basically doing like full vegan, but you're not doing olive oil either. But you can have shellfish.
Oh, so I got shrimp
That's
down there.
about
I
it.
could eat. I could eat shrimp right now, right? Is
So
what you're
pretty
saying.
much anything that's vegan and not olive oil, you can basically eat. I think that covers pretty much all of it. So I don't think there's.
What about canola oil?
To my knowledge, you can have other vegetable oils, but you might want to ask about that because it could be, I don't honestly know the official rule on that kind of thing, but
Mm-hmm. I think we eat chicken. I think the Western Rite allows chicken, but I don't quote me on that.
they allow fish. I heard,
Oh, during Lent.
which is
Okay.
pretty legit, honestly.
Yeah.
But
Stuff is a steak.
Yeah, it says that they had a Jewish fast, right, where they would fast at night. They were also ordered to not sleep with their wives during their fast. I mean, but you know, it was a nighttime fast. So it says that in essentially they changed it to during the day, right?
Right.
So daytime fast. I mean it's pretty hardcore. I mean, if you do anything like 12 to 16 hours, then if you do a 24-hour fast, and then if you do a 3-day fast, if you just don't eat for 3 days, all of these different times your body actually gets rid of shit, right?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah, it starts going into ketosis, and so you start eating the fat. That's what it is, right?
Uh-huh.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah.
So some wild shit that I mean. So actually, you'll taste it. You know what I mean? Because after a very long fast, you'll start to taste like sweet stuff, right?
Wow.
And that's like actually fat burning, right?
All right,
Which
I
is
got
That's a
actually good.
trip.
I got to head up.
All right.
Yeah, peace.
That's D2C, by the way. What are we looking at right here,
It
man?
looks like Detroit.
This is San Francisco. New York kind of got little like apartment buildings that look like that in some neighborhoods. Like that old architecture type stuff.
By the way, you guys are still on. I just showing this while you guys are talking, so you guys can talk. By the way.
All right.
Yeah, I was watching Hank's presentation on ontology, and then I swung over here. I didn't even know you were live. I guess this surprise stream over here.
Yeah. We out.
But yeah,
Ontology. What's he talking about? What about ontology? A branch of philosophy that studies the nature of existence, being, and reality.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's trying to like undercut the precept game. I mean, he's on that crazy level with it. I mean,
Hmm.
so he's talking to Benjamin about it. So I was talking to a couple of them. But yeah, me and him were trolling some channels. But actually Hank was trying to troll me on another channel, but it ended up being troll for them. So this is how I did. Like Hank like went over like another side of the street, slipped on a banana peel, and then ended up working out for me. I mean,
Good. I don't know. Last time, he popped up on your stream, you kind of shut him down quick.
But
That's
there's
why.
no record of it because this guy at Toilet Bowl Earth called him a monkey, and I wanted so bad to record that because it's like, wait, your wife's black. You just called this black dude a monkey. He's probably closer in genetics to your wife. I mean, so like, do you think your wife's a monkey? You mean?
Dang.
You know what I mean? So that's gonna be my little joke. And then the other little joke was that the other guy, I put his teeth up as like the grill. I mean, and then he started putting on fake like rapper grill. You know, like the fake teeth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I was gonna say he got embarrassed. Right?
Oh, what? Where
So yeah,
his teeth busted? Like what?
yeah, yeah, they're doing streams where they were like making fun of my appearance and stuff. So I did a whole stream making fun of them, making fun of me. So it was pretty funny. But yeah, I just wait till they start a stream where they're actually making fun of me, and then I start a stream and start making fun of them, making fun of me.
What is the beef? Is it just like you're a Muslim or what? What's so?
I think it's like they are associated with like all these other groups online.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
like
see.
the Thorpes. I mean, like made by Jim Bob. I mean, like recently, you know, like one of our associates. You know what I mean? Was essentially trolling bunch of channels, right? They think I have all these alt accounts
Oh, I see.
that I'm but it's actually one of my associates. I mean,
I already know who it is, probably.
exactly. Exactly. That's why it's funny that I'm saying one of my associates. But yeah,
I knew it's exactly who you're talking about as soon as you said that.
but yeah, he goes around trolling all these channels with all these alt accounts, and they think it's me. They think I'm like really watching hard, like all these channels, like trolling them all day. Like I'm like obsessed with them. I'm like 24/7 on the computer. They think I'm in like three places at once. So it's actually pretty funny. They think I'm like out for blood. Like I'm like obsessed with.
I
It's
talked to
actually
him
hilarious.
recently, and he's pretty chill. Actually, I didn't think he was that chill, but he is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That guy's chill. Yeah, that
The
guy's a
homie.
homie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the day, they used to come on the show. Real talk, and
Yeah, it seemed like
chop it up.
there was some history there when I talked to the old boy. So
Yeah, they used to chop it up. Yeah, man. It's the projects, man.
it's a gray ass day there. Hegel's transcendental ontology. Is that what it, Hank's into? Some
Nah,
Hegel.
nah. He's a little bit different, but he does do idealism, but it's not the Hegelian kind.
Hmm. All that stuff is sort of rooted in nihilism, I think personally, but materialism, stuff like that.
Yeah, Hegel's whole thing is about like this idea called the spirit of world history. So this is really where this theistic evolution comes from, right?
Mm-hmm. Didn't he have
It's-
some
Yeah.
like? Didn't he say something like? man is like owes his life to the state or something. You know, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, see the thing was that Marx and you know, Hegel, you know, they believed in this concept, right, which is a Hegelian concept called apotheosis of the state.
Right. Yeah. Marx
So
went
that's
to
yeah.
his he trained under him or something, right?
Under who?
Under Hegel, like his school or something.
Oh yeah, the young Hegelians they were called. I mean, yeah. So Marx was part of a group called Young Hegelians,
That makes sense.
and there are also a lot of like Freemasonry involved in that, like in the League of the Just, and they had ideas. I mean, that in in the time of Hegel, because it's the 1800s, it's still pretty late, but they had these ideas like in the 1600s and in the 1500s, where the Kabbalists and some of the millenarianists, I mean, and dispensationalism and all that, they would talk about, you know, um, like a new age and all this stuff. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's wild. So do you think that like that the offices took from that or something? Is that where
Oh
that came
yeah,
from?
yeah. They took the whole idea of kingdom of God from them. Mm.
Yeah. All that stuff's connected, dude. Like what? That's wild. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I was looking into this ontology. It's like we're mentioning Descartes and Kant and these type of people. So yeah, I get it. I see.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think is fundamental? I mean, like, is it time? Is it space? Is it mind? Is it language? I mean, is it you know, physics? I mean, like, what do they think is fundamental? It's basically goes down to ontology. I mean,
I see. Yeah. Thomas Aquinas. This guy always pops up somewhere. He developed and refined fundamental ontological distinctions, such as the contrast between existence and essence, between
yep.
substance and accidents, and between matter and form.
Well, he just took that from Aristotle.
Yeah, straight up. He did. Transcendentals, which are most general properties or modes of being. John Duns Scotus argued that all entities, including God, exist in the same way. That's a heresy. And that each entity has a unique essence called uh, heicity. Heicity. William Ochman proposed that one can decide between competing ontological theories by asserting which one uses the smallest number of elements, principle known as Occam's razor. Okay.
Yeah, Occam and Scotus were on the opposing sides of the argument.
Mm. Some lofty stuff, dude.
Yeah, it's realism versus nominalism.
What's nominalism? What's that?
It's that ideas don't have real existence. They're just nominal categories that are used, that are imposed, you know, via conceptual frameworks.
Okay. Hmm.
So you could say people like Hegel he's sort of like, taking nominalism to the next level. Whereas the realists, you know, it seems like a heresy because it's too platonic.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's what the Catholics basically fell into. Right?
Yeah, they did. Influenced by that whole Enlightenment movement. And
Yeah, and you can't even talk to them sensibly about it because they're so dogmatic.
yeah. A lot of their stuff, like looking into it more, is rooted in feeling inferior to the atheists of their time and the philosophers of their time. So they felt like they had to compete. So they started using that type of thought process, you know what I'm saying, to make sense of what they believed. Then, like, you go into like like the Jesuits, they completely like deny like the Old Testament. It was actually, you know, true. They'll deny things like the crucifixion and the miracles and all types of stuff. You know what I mean? And weird. It's crazy, really.
Yeah, that's why there's something to the stuff that Lilith is saying. Because who did keep all this shit for all the time? And they always constantly updated. Their philosophy. So according to the philosophy of the age. So if you actually look at Copleston, and his history of philosophy, and you look at the history of Catholic philosophers, it's like looking at a history of Western philosophy itself. It's really odd. So it's like, have these people kept the fucking books the whole time? It's really strange. Right? Because it's like it is odd to how many times they transformed, right? From Aquinas,
Yeah.
is the age of the Aristotelians. Right? And they're doing this great battle against the Aristotelians, and then Duns Scotus, and then Occam, and then you got all these other people. Obviously, you got people that are um coming later. Richard St. Victor and all these people. I mean, um, it just seemed like the whole time they're absorbing different shit. When you go to Teilhard de Chardin, it's pretty obvious because it's
Yeah,
like,
for
whoa,
sure.
it's like,
He
what
was a
this is.
Jesuit, if I'm not mistaken, right? And like the Jesuits hold him up as some, you know, major figure. But yeah, it is weird because I talked to the metropolitan where I'm at, at the monastery. He grew up like he went to a Jesuit school, but he eventually got out of it, and the way he got out of it is because they denied all these things, and he came to the realization that the infallibility of the Pope was never taught in the early church, and all these other stuff. So, which the majority of Jesuits at that time didn't believe in the infallibility of the Pope. Um, they realized that this was a later doctrine, and slowly but surely he came to the realization that all these doctrines were developed out of the Enlightenment in some way. And
Yeah, check
they,
this out.
yeah,
Laudato Si. Have you ever read this? Laudato Si of the Holy Father Francis.
no, let me see. You talking
Yeah,
about Francis of Assisi?
um, it talks about him, but I think this is the guy who's now sick.
How do you
This
spell it?
is it's Laudato and then SIC, Laudato Si, you know, of Pope Francis, who's now, this the sitting pope for the Catholic Church, right?
Yeah, he's a Jesuit. So
Yeah, he gave an address talking about the environmental crisis.
okay,
So yeah, and then he quotes he opens it up. It says, "Laudato si, praise be to you, my Lord." In the words, this beautiful canticle, Saint Francis of Assisi reminds us that our common home is like a sister with whom we share our life. Beautiful mother who opens her arms to embrace us. Praise be to you, my Lord, through our sister, Mother Earth, who sustains and governs us, who produces various fruits with colored flowers and herbs. This sister now cries out to us because of the harm we have inflicted on her by our irresponsible use and abuse of the goods with which God has endowed her. So it's pretty interesting. Right? He's like jumping on the bandwagon of you know what I mean?
Yeah, some new
Of like
age.
the environmental.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's sort of environmentalist, sort of new age. It's very interesting. I mean,
humanism. And there was a guy, Thomas Merton, who sort of pushed this as well. And early on, there's a letter from Father Seraphim Rose when he was still Eugene Rose. He sent him a letter, and he was like showing him the problems with this theistic evolutionary idea and humanism, and why that's not related to Christianity, and how just because all acts of charity aren't considered acts of charity for Christ, right? And this obsession with like just an institution and efficiency uh, is really setting up the kingdom of Antichrist rather than a kingdom not of this world. So that's a big problem with these institutions, is that they no longer consider a kingdom of God. They only consider a kingdom of man. You know, and to make the world better. And it's the same thing communism's sort of pushing. They're all sort of pushing this one thing. Now, it seems obvious to me that they're all working together for the same goal. You know what I mean? Like this utopia for man, where everybody's super comfortable, where or something. Yeah, but it's a bad idea. It's never going to work out. And if it does, like, it's going to be a false peace. You know, because that's really what they want. They want everybody, Protestant or this religion or that religion, all to be under one umbrella. Yeah.
yeah, and I think that you could pretty easily spot that there is collusion between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church if you just look at the states actors, and right, that are extensions of their representative arms. I
Well,
mean, right where
Patriarch
they have
Kirill,
yeah.
not to interrupt you, but Patriarch Kirill,
No,
his
good.
his uh his um his confessor, so his spiritual father, was completely, push Roman Catholicism as being, a sister church. And see, in Orthodoxy, we would say that those people would have to repent, right? Well, now they fully accept their mysteries, and a Roman Catholic could come and join the Orthodox Church and be accepted as a priest, or vice versa, or they could take mysteries from either church, right? And that's because of Kirill's spiritual father. So yeah, they're definitely embedded, and they're part of the World Council of Churches together. So
Yeah, that's wild.
yeah, and they'll like backtrack and say, well, like the old Russians believe this too. It's like, no, they didn't. Like, they would say that we accept the form of their mystery, as in like the baptism, because at one time they would do triple immersion baptisms, but now they only do sprinkling. So it's like, if someone isn't aware, then you could do like economy and accept them into the Orthodox Church without a corrective baptism, if they were sincere in their search for Christ, and they didn't know the issues of Roman Catholicism, and they were baptized with triple immersion, because the form's still there, right? But now the form isn't even still there, because sprinkling was only done as someone was like on their deathbed. You get what I'm saying? Like, it and single immersion is a problem too. It's like, we're not baptized into the death of the Lord. That's something that's said in like an early apostolic text or something. So that's a big misunderstanding amongst Protestants. Like, they don't really know how the apostles baptize people. So it was 3 immersions. It'd be like, in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit. So you're dipped 3 times, right? And it's got to be either in moving water, like a lake or something, or or ocean, or like a bat. But they don't want to do that, and the World Orthodox don't want to do that either. They're just lazy. They'll have like baptismal fonts, and they won't even baptize people in them. But now they have to accept Protestant baptism. And I'm not mistaken, Roman Catholics have to too now. So they'd have to like accept a Methodist baptism. If somebody like left the Methodist and joined the Roman Catholic Church, or joined one of these Roman Orthodox Church, they wouldn't have to have like they wouldn't need to be chrismated or rebaptized, because they're scared that they would offend the Methodists or the Anglicans or whoever they're in communion with through the World Council of Churches. It would be saying that they're heretics, which that's they're heterodox in our views. Like, they're doing these things wrong. We can't accept it as valid, but now they have to, because they want to get the funding and all the like money and stuff that's involved with being in cahoots with those people. So
Yeah, it makes sense to go to a river. I mean, but yeah,
yeah, I know people that were baptized in lakes and rivers, and Father Joseph was baptized in the ocean. So I mean, it happens. But I was baptized in a font here at the monastery, and it's so cold. Actually, there was supposed to be a heating element in it. It wasn't. It was like, but I got out of it. It was weird. I'll tell you something weird about it. When I got out of it, I wasn't cold. Like, my feet weren't cold. I wasn't cold at all. And it's like in the middle of winter. There's like snow all over the ground and stuff. And he does this thing, like the bishop at that time. He like put his hand on my head. And I felt like something crazy, but I don't know what that was. But I don't know if everybody experiences that, but I did experience something. So it's weird. And there's like stories of people taking communion sometimes. I'll tell you some like mystical experiences where like they'll have like they'll feel like light or something hitting them, or like I don't know, like it's a mystical experience involved with taking communion. I've never had that happen, but there's been a few people that have talked about that.
yeah, I'm trying to see what I'm gonna talk about today. I think I'm gonna try to read some Bill Joy, but I already covered it on another video, and I was hoping I could just play that video, but it's gonna take way too long to rifle through all of the videos. This is a problem with having hours and hours of recordings.
Bill Joy, who's that? Engineer, venture capitalist. This guy.
Yeah.
Berkeley. All right. American computer engineer and venture capitalist. He co-founded Sun Microsystems in 1982. So what are you going to talk about him for?
Well, he wrote an article called "Why the Future Doesn't Need Us,"
Oh, I see.
and he's talking about genetic engineering and nanotechnology and tech secessionism, and he's saying that we should question certain technological advances. I mean, so he's taken this approach, and I think in the movie Transcendence, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They have a character that looks exactly like Bill Joy. It's pretty funny, and he gets kidnapped by like an organization that writes a manifesto that's like, obviously they're trying to do like a Kaczynski type of thing.
Mm.
You know, so it's pretty interesting. Like they kidnap like Bill Joy to like stop Kurzweil from like inventing nanotechnology. Like, like like imagine if Kaczynski was like a T organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like he presented himself as Freedom Club, and they actually kidnapped Bill Joy, and actually in real life, Ray Kurzweil was going to invent nanotechnology that was going to save the earth. But this T organization, they stopped them. So it's a really kind of corny movie, right?
Yeah, I'm
If you
looking
look
at that right now. I'm trying to see who directed that. So, produced by Andrew A. Who are these people? They like
yeah,
you could probably get a good idea about.
it's a hot pile of garbage.
Alcon Entertainment. Okay. American film producer. She is the co-founder of Straight Up Films. Okay. David something. Known for working in Western genres. All right. Let's see this guy. Memento. Okay. This is executive producer of Memento, The Prestige, Donnie Darko, Mud, The House at the End of the Street, Pieces of Women, The Founder. Okay, whatever. Warner Brothers. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Director Wally Feister. Okay. Okay, he worked on The Italian Job. Hmm. Oh, you know what? He worked with Nolan to do the Batman Begins, the Dark Knight, Inception, and all those films. Memento, yeah. And those and Inception and all that. These films are pretty. They've got like little snippets of like kind of what went down after what went down in 2020, like kind of prefigurations of what was to come in those films, like riots and stuff.
Yeah, in that movie they have the playing out of the scenario of the good nano machines against the bad nano machines. Oh my god.
Yeah, they kind of put it right in your face when you really look. You know what you're looking for. Elon Musk at the AI conference in the beginning of Transcendence. What? Okay. I guess he was in the movie.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Yeah, he's so that gang of whatever's going on in Silicon Valley. Like this is connected to all that, I guess.
Yeah, I forget what he invented, but he invented something that's very essential to computers.
Who, Musk?
No, this guy, Bill Joy.
Oh, Bill Joy.
And he says in his work, he says in the book, you don't discover until you turn the page. The author of this passage is Theodore Kaczynski. So he reads Kaczynski, and he says, he says, I'm no apologist for Kaczynski. His bombs killed people, including 17-year-old a 17-year terror campaign, and wounded many others. One of his bombs gravely injured my friend David Galanter. Kaczynski's actions were murderous and, in my view, criminally insane. Kaczynski's dystopian vision describes unintended consequences, a well-known problem with the design and use of technology, and one that's clearly related to Murphy's Law. Overuse of antibiotics has led to what may be biggest problem. And I started showing friends of Kaczynski's quote from The Age of Spiritual Machines. I would hand them Kurzweil's book, let them read the quote, and then watch their reaction as they discovered who had written it.
Wow, man.
It's the idea of collective risk, collective bargain. Well known among the tech elites. They realize they're taking humanity's, you know, cultural and, spiritual and, you know, biological direction into their own hands.
Okay, so he's tripping then. Like, what are you doing? If he's reading, Dr. K, like, he obviously knows it's a problem, you know what I mean? What they're kind of pushing, so I don't know. Right.
Yeah, I forgot how many times he starts mentioning Kaczynski in here. But yeah, this is pretty funny. It says, plants with leaves no more efficient than today's solar cells could outcompete real plants, crowding the biosphere with an inedible foliage. Tough omnivorous bacteria, quote unquote, could outcompete real bacteria. They could spread like blowing pollen, replicate swiftly, and reduce the biosphere to dust in a matter of days. Dangerous replicators could easily be too small, too tough, small, and rapidly spreading to stop. At least if we make no preparation, we have trouble enough controlling viruses and fruit flies. Among the cognoscenti of nanotechnology, this threat has become known as the gray goo problem. Though masses of uncontrolled replicators need not be gray or gooey, the term gray goo emphasizes that replicators able to obliterate life might be less inspiring than a single species of crabgrass. Yeah, gray goo. The gray goo problem.
The gray
Great
goo.
goo.
Black goo.
Don't ask what gray goo can do for you. Ask what you can do for black goo.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think uh, if I were Alex Jones, I would do the
Well, you're not.
there's interdimension. I'm not yet, but maybe in the future I can be an Alex Cole. But I think what do you call it? Yeah, I think I would pull the you know, they're interdimensional black goo demons trying to take us all over or something. I can't remember. Machine, didn't you cover black goo one time about what that's supposed to represent or something? I can't remember what you said, but it was very profound because that always stuck out to me. The whole black goo conspiracy shit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and we kind of did it on the Truther Comp video too. But yeah, it's one of those strikeable instances where you could get struck for talking. So I don't.
About black goo.
Yeah, I was pretty brave at the time. I mean,
I can't.
but
Well, tell me offline because I can't remember what we thought.
yeah,
I
it's
can't
like
remember what you said, but
you could get medical misinformation for it.
I see. Well,
You know.
so you're saying that the nanobots are coming after us, essentially?
Well, I mean, they're saying it's a possibility. The people who are developing it, I'm just pointing that out. You know, so I think that's pretty shocking, right? So that's what I've been doing recently is just looking at, you know, where they say things could go wrong. I mean, based on, you know, improvement of technology. If you just isolate technological progress and say, well, can we be destroyed by technology? And they say, of course we can.
See, here's where I get confused. Like, wouldn't it be a better use of time to actually just optimize the technology that God gave us, like our mitochondria and our cell walls, and like if you were gonna do it, why wouldn't you just do that? See what I mean? Like that's what stands out to me the most.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like why aren't there like why isn't there more like X-Men shit instead of like, you know?
Yeah, and see that's where I get the most like nervous because I'm like it doesn't seem that they have to go full like and biological android, but they are, so pretty weird, you know. That's really the part that stands out to me is like they're like, well, we got to just put these nanobots allegedly into this thing and do this thing, and it's like, well, wouldn't you just like make people more resistant to environmental factors and optimize telomere health and optimize mitochondria output and efficiency and red and white blood cell. See, like that's the thing is like maybe they are working on it, but like they don't seem to be like if they are working on that stuff, they definitely downplay that, and that's very interesting to me. Because I definitely think that that would be the right way to focus on transhumanism as far as I'm concerned, right? Like that's what I thought I was getting into when I was trying to go to college. I was like, "Oh, we're going to go and optimize what we already have." And then they're like going in and like, "No, actually everything we have is really bad and we need to do this other thing." And I'm like, what?" Like, okay. So, I don't know. That's what kind of freaked me out about it. I was like, okay. So you don't want to fix what we got. You want to add stuff in that's foreign to what we have. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it says ecophagy is a term coined by Robert Freitas that means the consumption of an ecosystem. It derives from Greek oikos, household, and phagine, which is weird because that's what Jim Bob calls the Indian lady, right? And it means to eat, right? Right. Freitas used the term to describe a scenario involving molecular nanotechnology gone awry. In this situation, called the gray goo scenario, out of control self replicating nanobots consume entire ecosystems, resulting in global ecophagy. However, the word ecophagy is now applied more generally in reference to an event, nuclear war, the spread of monoculture, massive species extinctions. that might fundamentally alter the planet. Whoa, that's cool. The spread of monoculture. It can be used to describe. I'm gonna start talking about the spread of monoculture as ecophagy because that's awesome. Right? Who wouldn't do that? Right?
Hell yeah. Seems
Scholar,
accurate.
yeah, exactly. Scholars suggest that these events might result in ecocide. It literally says ecocide, ECOCIDE, which goes with my term technocide, right? I think technocide is more accurate, right? But yeah.
Techno ecocide. Eco techno side. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's the most hardcore.
Or I would even take it a step further. I would say ecto techno.
It's like full,
Ecto techno side.
yeah, it's like Full Metal Oblivion.
Because ecto is like ghost or something, right? So it's like ecto techno, something like that.
Hey, I'm making some rice. You want some? No. Also,
Yeah, Full Metal Oblivion, straight up.
could I use that or no?
Ooh, I like that. Full Metal Oblivion. That sounds like a great like song or album title or band name for sure.
I think there's actually a song called Ecocide that actually samples Dr. Scarino by some metal band, which is pretty interesting. It's got him talking in the band. We should try to find that. But yeah, global ecophagy.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
I have to
Yeah,
learn
for
the
sure.
poem from the previous poem subject use the ashes for Ash Wednesday.
Biomass
So I'm gonna take a bucket of water out there.
into
just in case,
replicas of
you know,
themselves.
caution for the fire.
Nanomass on a global basis. Oh shit. I can't believe Ecocide has the damn Wikipedia page for Ecocide, folks. Holy shit.
What did neuro dip?
Yeah. But I don't know. I think like Weiner alluded to nanobots, but Alul doesn't really talk about them. And so I wonder if I'll get into a part of Alul where he'll start talking about self-replicating nanomachines.
Nanobots, man. That's crazy. So what do you think they'll use those for? What's the goal with that?
Well, in Kurzweil, right, we have to say this online. I mean, he says they're going to use it to repair the genes
Oh,
and also other type of shit. I guess you'll have nanobots as neuron transistors. So he's saying that you'll be able to like map out a virtual world. So it's like you'll be walking around and like you'll have virtual, like you'll be able to see like virtual shit. Right?
Okay, so you said nanobots as neurotransistors. Like doing some stuff around the kitchen at the moment, but so nanobots as neurotransistors, and then it'll replace genes. Is that what you're saying? So it's like trying to make like a Superman or something.
Well, they'll repair the genes. They'll constantly repair the genes.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a good idea. I think, whatever was going on in 2020, I've heard people say that was involved in it, right? So maybe that's why you're saying the subject is kind of off limits or something.
Exactly.
You said what?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm trying not to. I know what you're going through right now, so I'm trying to be quiet with this. Turn that off.
But yeah, I'm getting tired as hell. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm on like 30, 35 now of the episodes. So we straight up did like um 24 episodes where I talked about the Tao Te Ching. So say each of those, now not all of those is 2 hours long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm not counting the Tuesday show where I also talked about the Tao. So say I add that in there, you know what I mean? Then it's
Right.
literally like, you know, over over 48 hours of content just about the Tao. Just people talking about the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah, that's sick. That's my favorite subject too. Are you
Yeah,
already
that's a
know?
lot. That's definitely a lot so far, and I'm not even done. I mean, I'm still on chapter 31 of the last translation, so it'll literally be well over 50 hours of this shit. I mean, once
That's a
we actually get,
subject that could literally go on forever, dude.
oh yeah, Yeah, I could just see. I'm just demonstrating. I could just do a show just about the Tao Te Ching, and where we just show up. I mean, we just literally just talk, like read different translations, read different things, like literally.
For sure. I'm looking forward for the Christ the Eternal Tao episode. That's going to be a good one. And then kind of I'm looking forward to the one you want to do on the Satanist perspective on it too. Just to see what they got to say, because I've never heard it. Oh, this rice sucks. It sucks ass. So, what's up, player? What are you doing, man? What's that? Oh,
Juice.
all right.
Yeah, one thing that never actually gets old is motherfucking apple juice.
You said what?
Apple juice is the
Apple
shit.
juice. Yeah. Rick knows his stuff, man. Dude's pretty cool. Honestly, my little neighbor.
Yeah, let me try to see if I can find this right now, because I actually need to have this loaded up and ready to go. This whole thing on the Tao, Christ the Eternal Tao.
Yeah, there should be a digital copy. If you can't find it, I can send it to you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have one.
That's pretty good. Um, the guy who wrote it was one of Father Seraphim's students, but he ended up sort of going down a weird road later on. But that book was still kind of early on into his walk, so it's not as world orthodoxy, I guess. So I got a lot of people kind of mad at me because I was reading that book and I was talking about that book among some Orthodox people, and they just didn't sort of understand it because it's written by Lao Tzu, who they are like, he's a pagan, you know? But they failed to realize like a couple nuances with that situation.
Yeah, it seems pretty easy to find. Crowley's translation, and I have the other one, Resident Sleeper gave me one, I think.
Oh yeah, that guy. That guy.
Yeah.
Wow. He got sunned by Father Joseph. Bad, dude. That was bad.
Yeah, it's easy to find this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that might be this Tuesday. I mean, this coming Tuesday, where like today we'll just do the normal Dow, and then
Right.
hopefully I'll finish this on Saturday, and then I could do the the Christ, the Eternal Tao, and Crowley's translation, but we'll only be able to go through a few chapters of each,
Yeah, understandable.
but it'll be a good comparison. I mean, I wonder
It
if I'll
only
get
takes a
anything from
couple
it.
chapters to sort of get to understand what the Eternal Tao is talking about.
Yeah, they
actually.
use different language completely. Like Crowley literally says in his translation, right? He says the Tao is one, but the but a phase thereof. The abyss of this mystery is the portal of serpent wonder.
Dude. Oh wow.
So what I mean, they're gonna be using totally different language.
Wait,
He's using
say that again now. The what? Serpent is the what?
the portal of serpent wonder.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and then
I'm yeah.
yeah, and
No, I
then
was
in
just saying
Christ
I'm
the
sure.
Eternal Doubt, yeah, they use logos.
Oh,
What were you
he's saying
saying?
that he's saying serpent is the eternal Tao, basically.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, I think that's like I really, it's very ironic you mentioned that. And maybe I'm just too schizo. I'm just connecting all these things that are connected. But I'm driving a car I don't usually drive right now, and it's like and I usually have like the Misfit CD in it, and I love to just listen to Misfits when I drive this car. And unfortunately, I don't have that CD right now, and I really wish I did. But um, maybe I do have it. Let me see. No, probably. Let's see. Maybe yes, I do. Oh hell yeah! Only CD I got in this car. So I got the Misfits in here. So I love the Misfits because I'll just let you. This audio probably sucks, but so anyways, I really love this album. Their first album is really good, Static Age, and but I feel like Danzig is like definitely like a Luciferian, Crowleyan, or something. I know for sure he's one of those things, but like I don't know exactly what kind. I want to ask Twilight about it because a lot of his songs are about that, like the snake and the Lilith. I think he's talking. I mean, he doesn't say Lilith, but I'm pretty sure he's talking about that kind of stuff. And some sort of weird stuff with that whole like snake. This it's like the snake is like because they're really pushing hard. Like the snake was Lucifer, and Lucifer's there to enlighten you, and so eating of the fruit was not really bad per se. It was like you trying to be enlightened, and there's some sort of dark whatever. I don't know.
yeah. Well, we heard
Dark
so many
logos or
people
some
say
shit.
that on the show, where I was like, where it's like, they're like, it's like, oh, the snake. Satan tried to convince people in the Garden of Eden. They're like, no, that's not Satan. That's Lucifer. That's a different guy. Satan and Lucifer are different guys. It's like, well, how do you know that? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I found this book that explains Islam, and I was trying to get through it, but unfortunately, I had a lot of shit to do. Of course, every time I try to do something spiritual, something comes up. Of course, magically, I'm sure. But but I was, but it's like I want to when I find it, I'm gonna send you a picture of it because I'm sure you know more about it. But it's like basically like it's like the illustrated basic guide to Islam. And what's really interesting about it is like the whole first half of the book. It's like only like a 90. It's like less than 90 pages, and it's pretty small. And it's like very like easy to read, right? But the interesting part is it's like practical Islam, so it doesn't actually tell you anything about Islam. The first 40 pages or so is like basically like telling you like evidence of Islam and science and stuff like this and like evidence.
Yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah,
Yeah, it's really bizarre, and I was like, okay, interesting.
I hate
But then I got to the part where it explains Islam, and it was I like that it was simple to understand, but it was very interesting. Is like, and I wish I could remember better, but something to the effect of like, well, um, it sounds very similar to the Bible, at least in the beginning part, except for it rejects the Trinity, of course, but it's like it says something to the effect of like, God did not rest on the seventh day. He wrestled with one of his angels who kind of like was rebellious or something like that, and or like the devil was like basically like not evil incarnate, but like sin incarnate or something like I can't remember the exact term, but something incarnate. And I can't remember the exact term it used, but something like you know, the devil is like sin incarnate or evil incarnate or something, and that he's always and he can manifest in any person at any time. Can you help me understand what that's saying exactly? Because it's pretty interesting. Like the simplicity of the way they described it is pretty much how I see, the devil as far as from a Christian standpoint. But.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like how I explained in the beginning of my book. The devil, the devil's in the details. I mean, meaning that the devil just reorganizes the truth. So evil is true. It's just true that's separated on many different levels, and reorganized. So
Right.
evil is in the organization of a thing and not within, what is actually, there. I mean,
Interesting. That's a very interesting way to put it. Actually, it's like it's just very fascinating. You said it that way because like I was talking to I don't know if as Unseen I don't know if Unseen's still there because I'm not looking at my phone, but
I'm here, dude.
well, that's
uh,
one thing that I say in the using the Bible. I show Simon Magus and Peter and how he animates the dead thing to basically use it like a puppet, right? Where he's controlling it the whole way. So his magic is mechanism, whereas Peter actually brings the guy to life, right?
right. That's
Yeah.
it.
So there's something about the Antichrist that he'll do that too. Is that he'll get a person that's near death, like on the edge of death, and then fill that body with like demons, and then it'll seem to be animated, but it's really not. It's not like it came back to life. It was just this person was halfway dead, and then a demonic spirit entered into it, so it appears as if the person is resurrected, right?
Do you think that can only happen to a bad person, or that can happen to a good person too? Nobody is good, but you get what I mean. Like, do you think you have to reach a certain level of sin to have that happen to you, or do you think that like a holy person could have that happen, or like they're a bigger target of something like that?
Well, I can give you examples of like pretty holy people that because there's a saying, it's like even the elect can be led astray. If you mean possession, then
Right.
it's not common if somebody is participating in the life of the church. But let's say somebody goes astray a little bit. Let's say they say, I'm going to leave the monastery, I'm going to go become a monk without the blessing of their spiritual father. There's a case of this with a Saint Nikitas of the Key of Caves, where he went out and he said, I'll never be deceived by anything, right? Well, he puffed himself up in that way. So when he puffed himself up, he allowed an entrance for the devil, and the devil appeared as an angel of light to him. And the devil basically told him, just read books and I'll pray for you. Well, he was able to do all these miracles. Like the demons would tell him, basically in the form of an angel, of course, that there's gold at this place, or there's something here, or whatever. And he became world renowned in that area. Like everybody knew that this guy was supposedly a holy man. Well, the monks got heard about this where he used to be at, and they go and see him, and they were like, "Look, you need to come to the monastery with us. We have a feeling that something's off with you." And he like refuses, and finally they break the kind of spell that he was under, and he couldn't read anymore. He couldn't he had to relearn everything. But anyways, he later on became fully sanctified and became a saint. But yeah, even somebody who's supposedly living the spiritual life can be led astray.
Right. Well, and I think it goes back to kind of what Machine was saying, and I'm curious what the official Orthodox answer to this would be. But I definitely see that, and I wish I had been able to think of that on my own, or find that on my own, because I think that's a really interesting way to put it. Like, reorganizing the truth is where evil kind of lies,
Well,
and the devil's in the details. Like, it's very interesting,
yeah,
concept.
well,
I
it's
never
like
thought of that way
well, it's
before.
like King Solomon, right? It's like, if you look at, the babies, right? Where there's two women who want a baby, right? And so he's like, all right, that's fine. We'll cut the baby in half, right? So he already knows one of the women really wants the baby and is going to protect it, right? So he already knows the truth. You know
Right.
what I mean? In a way. So he's able to use deception. You know what I mean? But people who use deception who don't know the truth, I
Right.
mean, that's evil.
Yeah, that's a very interesting way to put it. That's a very, very interesting way to put it, because yeah, I think that's something, and I don't, and I'm very curious about again, the Christian response to that, because it's really interesting to me, because I've definitely experienced that in my life, where people who are really deceived are actually really bad at deceiving, um, and they can only fool really bad people for a long period of time, right? And it's not even that they're fooling; it's more like they're so self-deluded that the other person feels comfort in the fact that this person is self-deluded, and so they find this kind of weird somehow. It's
Okay,
very
I'll give you an
bizarre, actually,
example.
where it's like they just kind of feed into each other's delusion or something.
I'll give you an example, right? So Christ tells the apostles, not even the Son of Man knows the day and the hour, right? You remember that? Well, in his divinity,
Yep.
he did know it. Okay, he did know. But it's like a father that's keeping a toy from a young child. It's best that they don't know this. Okay, so is he lying, or is he doing something in order that you get what I'm saying?
No, well, I
And in
mean
the
that's
commentary,
kind of why yeah, I agree. I agree with you, and well, that's why it frustrates me when a lot of people say, "Well, he's lying." It's like, no, he's telling you. It's basically I would say it's a parable. He's telling you something that if you don't see what he's trying to get at, then it's not for you anyway. So it's gonna look
well, if you
like the
read the
truth is gonna appear as
commentaries,
a lie, right? So
it's like in his divinity he knows, right? But in his because he's two natures in one Christ, right? And one being. In his humanity, the Father's not revealing this answer to him in some way for them to know, or he has been revealed it and he doesn't want to tell them. It's one of the two. Either way, they're not sin, because sin means missing the mark, right? And God's not like a miser where it's like this idealistic thing where it's like, well, he lied. Like, yeah, if you're autistic, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's really interesting you put it that way because I mean, it's just funny because I really more and more come to this kind of like comedic thing where like a lot of people have an autistic Jesus. Let's just put it that way, right? Like they want to see Jesus as like this autist who's just like, no, you
Yeah,
gotta do this and you
everything
gotta
he
do
says
that and you
is
gotta do this and
perfect.
that.
Yeah, like perfect into their idealistic view of what perfect is. But if
I
you
think
look at the text, that's not what it is. He's a real person in the sense he's just like us, right? But he's also divine, as in he can control everything. You know what I mean?
right. No, but
Like
that's
stop the
why.
weather or something, walk on
But
water.
but it,
You know?
but really this, and I know this sounds blasphemous, but I think you guys will get it. It's like they literally make Jesus an idol, right? Like I hate to say that, but like
No, that's exactly what it is. It's an idol of what he. But the Protestants do that too. It's an idea they have of what Christ should be rather than what he is. That's why he
right.
says, "Away from me, I never knew you." Because how can you know somebody then you don't even know what they're really about? Well, they turn the Bible into an idol too. You know.
Yeah, and I also think there's ideas in the way that Jesus casts out demons. Like for example, he puts some of the demons into pigs.
Right. Mm-hmm. A whole legion of them. And you know what I find interesting about that particular story is what the pigs did after the demons
Yeah,
ran, where they jumped off the cliff,
yeah, they
right?
jumped off a cliff.
Yeah. So it's like that's the nature of
That was like the original Lemmings that Disney tried to fake, right?
you said
You
what?
get it? Remember they had they talk about lemmings running off a cliff and killing themselves.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, that was totally fake and made up by like Disney. Like went out and filmed a bunch of fucking. They like that was a totally fake thing that they just made up. But my point is like I feel like that was like some sort of weird like callback to.
But once the pigs drowned, the evil spirits left those pigs. They went out. It says that in the text. That like at least that's how I understand it. Is like they went out from those particular pigs and left and went out into the world and just roam in some way. But they were inside of what, a man or something. He's in a cave cutting himself. That's telling too. So you got all like these teenagers out there. What are they doing? You know, and what's causing it? It's like
So so
despair.
so what stands out to that about you to you, Machine, about the pigs being run off a cliff and also for you the cutting in the cave and stuff like that.
Well, I think it's more of the same type of idea of like it's obvious when Simon Magus animated the man, he used demonic spirits in order to get the man to move.
Right.
I mean, just like Christ took the demons, put them into the pig, so there's a demonic energy that's about. I mean, that can be utilized. I mean, and yeah, it functions through people, vessels. I mean, it could be animals. I mean, but yeah,
You know what?
it's in a psycho spiritual like realm. I mean,
For sure. You know what? The demons say something there like, um, "Have you come to cast us in a pit before the time or something?" You know what I mean? They said something like that, and it's like they're worried, right? They know what he's coming to do eventually. That's the way I look at that statement. It's like you're gone, right? But the question a lot of people have with it's like, why was Satan in the garden? And I got this answer one time, and I don't know if it's the right answer or not, but it came to me, and it was because he's a good father. God's still a good father. I mean, he still allows Satan to have his free will and the fallen angels, and it's like from our perspective, it's like, why would he do that? And it's like, because it's one of his creations. You know what I'm saying? He still's got love for even Satan in it. But of course, there's love there, but it's mercy. You know, in his mercy, he allows him to function in some capacity. But supposedly, as far as I understand, is like, if he didn't sort of nerf them, they would destroy the whole world. You know what I mean? In like an instant or something. So, what? What are you laughing at, dude?
I'm asking Grok to make pictures. Like you can literally say anything to Grok and it'll do. Oh my god, dude. Sorry.
You're good.
It's just so fucking stupid, dude. This AI shit is just fucking just unreal, dude.
So I found out something, like, there was a monk, right? And he like asked God, is like, what if Satan repented? Would you accept his repentance? And God basically gave him an answer. He was like, yeah, I would instantly, accept their repentance, right? But they never are going to, And I think the demons
But
even
it's
came
just
to him and was like, don't ask him for us. We don't want that.
right. Basically, like essentially. So it's so. See, this is where people say, well, then God made a mistake because he made something that rebelled against him, and it's supposed to be, and God's supposed to be perfect. See? That's the argument that people will
Sure.
instantly
But
go to.
I would say this is that if he didn't create a creature that was autonomous, then it wouldn't actually have love. And that's an idealistic form of perfection that they're thinking of. And it's in the realm of the creation that God made. So you're idealizing what God made is supposedly perfect compared to your ideas that God made or something. Like, it's just like a self-defeating idea, I think. Um it's like, we all have responsibility for our own actions, right? And like, those angels had everything, and it's not God's fault that they went against his will. It's their own fault, and they reap what they've sort of done, you know what I mean? And even in their rebellion, God still fixes it. So it's like, on a nearsighted perspective, it would seem as if it could be this undoable mistake, but he makes it right. So it's hard to say that it's an imperfection, on his part. Now on their part, yeah. But I understand the argument, but it just doesn't work out when, I mean, I don't have all the questions, but I'm sure there is an answer to that question. What that is, I don't know. But I've already, what I can tell about it is that God's not held to our ideals of him. We're held to his ideals of us, if that makes any sense.
Um, I'm curious what the machine. Oh, hold on one second. Damn. I have this blocker on my phone, but then I'll be right back, guys. I have to make this call. Hold on.
I wonder why he left that comment up. It just says send to me also. Say okay.
You said what?
Like he left debts to the compromise comment up there. It just
Oh yeah.
it's like
So the
what?
thing that I sent him was this thing with like Russia and Ukraine and like Putin sending all this like money to Zelensky for funding for his army and this pipeline in Ukraine. Like hundreds of $1,000,000 a month. It's pretty crazy, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's what the whole war is. You know, because he owns a huge share of Gazprom.
Yep. So what it seems to me is someone's directing both these cats to have a war, right? And the goal is to kill Ukrainians and Russians. You know, Slavs. And I think the thought process behind it is that the Jays want to be the chosen people, and the Russians call themselves the chosen people, and there's a fight there for who's chosen or something. I don't know. But maybe that's too simplified. I don't know. That's stupid.
I think they have to be at the cutting edge of cyber warfare, like research, like new types of artillery, and they have to have or possibly create some type of conflict where they could sell each other arms and try them out. I mean,
Yep. Yep.
in the meantime, they'll build pipelines and do the whole Gazprom thing and get rid of a bunch of neighborhoods that are in the way of that.
Yeah. And, it's like who controlled the KGB and who was behind the provisional government, and who was behind Stalin and Lenin.
Where are you talking about though? Ucorn?
Mm-hmm. It's like those same people are still at it, man. Like, there's no way that that's still not going on. The residuals of World War II are still kind of, the ripple effects are still in the world.
Definitely. Well, and I mean, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What we were talking about. I had to answer this phone call, but But it's kind of like I was saying to you earlier. Like I really feel like this is a giant eugenics program where they're like, okay, let's get Western Europeans to kill each other. Let's get Eastern Europeans to kill each other. They're obviously doing something weird with like the Middle East right now. Like they basically got the Arabs saying like the air. I don't know if you saw this clip machine, but they literally have like the Saudis and you know all these other quote unquote royal families all basically saying, oh yeah, extremism's a really big problem, and we definitely don't want extremism. So we're going to make sure that extremism's totally wiped out of the Middle East right now. So, it's like it's very obviously. I know what that means. Like that means
Well, I
basically,
think they might help Israel, form a fake and gay war with Iran.
right? Yep. And so now they're just going to switch theaters back over to
Yeah,
away
in which
from.
in
Yep.
which obviously the greater scale project will be to then you know um essentially it'll be and they've been doing this a lot in the Middle East. They've been doing proxy wars between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Right.
I mean, and obviously,
And is
both
that and
sides. Yeah.
and would you say that's a Sunni Shia thing, at least on the surface, or is that more of
Well,
like
it's
a
well, it's fake because both sides are being controlled.
right?
I mean, like Iran is basically controlled by Russia.
Right.
Saudi Arabia is basically controlled by NATO. So
What side do you think Turkey falls on? Because that's always been an interesting one to me. It's like I'm
Turkey,
like they seem
Turkey's been trying to join NATO for a long time.
right. That's what I figure. And do you think so? And I actually love the geopolitical stuff because it actually feeds right into the actual stuff that we love to talk about, like the tech and all this, and like that's kind of why I started doing this trading thing with Joe, because I could pretty much see that, like, if you start understanding what they're doing with the market and the economy, like it kind of shows you the future of what they're planning. I'm pretty sure, right? And it's just going to be very interesting because I really think that so basically you have Trump saying, okay, we're going to leave NATO, and now the UK and is basically getting on their knees and sucking off Zelensky all of a sudden. And it's like, okay, so they're doing this whole fake rope-a-dope saying, well, the United States is going to go their own way, and the UK and Europe are going to get behind Ukraine against Russia, which is, obviously that's never going to work. But that's not the reality of it. But the whole point is, like, they're doing this whole thing, and so it makes you kind of wonder, like, okay, so
Well,
what is
like,
this really about?
I mean, we've never had a president that's more, in line with Russia than Trump.
Right. Well, and AKA Israel as well, of course. So it's like this whole bizarre pretending to be enemies, and I think it's because, like you said, actually what they're going to do is go for Iran and I'm sorry, whatever you call it, Iran or what, Iran, and then there's going to be and something else. I'm trying to think about, like, what's the next, like again, the whole weird thing to me about the whole eugenics thing is, like, they seem to be going after people from Pakistan to China and people from, well, basically the entire European continent and
Well,
North
Pakistan and
America.
China don't play around. Like Pakistan and China, they're gonna do what's good for Pakistan and China.
Right. And that's
I
a
mean,
problem, right? And so
yeah, that's a huge problem. Yeah.
well, like, definitely I see that. But what doesn't make sense to me is, like, why are the why if there's an Anglo-American establishment, aka Judeo-Christian establishment, let's just be honest. If that's the real thing, then why are they trying to get rid of whites in favor of brown people? Or maybe that's not actually what they're doing. Maybe they're just trying to get some sort of or maybe they just can't manage it, but it seems like they're trying to do this kind of weird thing where they're pretending to help brown people, but it's actually to make whites mad. So then whites are going to get back together and say, okay, well, we'll defend the Judeo-Christian thing. Like, and I just wonder, is that like a real thing they're going to do, or is that more of like just a whole psyop to like placate people further, you know? And I don't know the answer, but I'm just trying to think, like, how far are they going to play the LARP out, I guess.
Yo, you know what's crazy is that there's this account that was like a World War II account, right? And it got shut down, dude. And all the dude was talking about was like Zionism, and what he even put it in like all his descriptions, like no hate intended. You know what I'm saying? Like he was
Well,
careful with what he posted.
that's the worst thing you can do. That's what's crazy is, like, as soon as you start saying things in it, that's one of the reasons why, like, I kind of, if I say anything, I just take it overboard, because I've realized one thing: if you just do half measures, for some reason that actually gets used against you more than if you just say all the way. I don't know why that is. It's pretty weird.
Oh, it's because it's like legitimate. It's a valid criticism if that's the case.
Yeah.
But if you go to the extreme, then they could use that. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Definitely.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Because I used to make, like, super reasonable arguments, and I got banned off of every time I made a reasonable argument on, like, Facebook or something else. That's when I would get attacked. But when I just said something crazy, nobody cared. So it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird how that works. I've gotten more stalkers saying like basic bitch shit in a nice way than I have.
Because you're witnessing the truth. That's first and foremost. If you're actually saying something that's true, that's reasonable, that's logical, whether you know it or not, when you're with the truth, you're with the Tao. You're with the way, right? The truth is the way, the truth, and the life. So you're always going to have, from my experiences, anytime you do speak truth, it's going to piss somebody off, and they usually manifest because of it. You know what I'm saying? There's some demonic stuff whenever you say the truth, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Because what's actually triggering them? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is waking up in them that's freaking out?
Yeah, it's it's I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how it's going to play out because I think it. Well, being in San, I just like being in San Francisco for one reason, man. Like I could see by being here, like pretty much they're cutting anybody out. Anybody in the middle, they're just going to make you basically a lower class person, or you're just going to have to be so ruthless that they might let you into the top. But like basically the whole tech thing is going to go away very very quickly. I can tell you that. There's going to be still tech companies, but they're going to cut their staff in half, and so basically Apple's going to be like I think in the next 5 years Apple will be like 5,000 people working, and their other 100,000 employees just aren't going to be. They're going to have to find something else to do essentially. And so what does that? I mean, what is that going to mean essentially? Well, I mean, reading that stuff that me and Machine read a year ago or more about the whole what you call it Haywood shit, the foundationalism. Like it's like are they just really going to turn America back into like a Chinese manufacturing place where we have like, sweatshops and shit again? Like I don't think they're going to go that far because we have robotics and stuff, but maybe they are just going to basically make America like a weapons manufacturing industry or something. I don't know. I mean, that's basically what we are anyways, so I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
Well, why are they trying to take her damn guns, Bo?
well, I don't think they're going to take her. I don't think they need to take her guns at all. I think in fact it actually helps them because then they can say, well, all these people have guns. I guess we need giant hunter killer robots just in case they get uppity. Dude, that's what I think. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I can't prove
Okay,
that, of
so
course,
we
but
need to start building robots, dude. No.
that's when they come after you. I don't know. It's just funny. It's like actually, I'm actually on the beach right now, and I'm watching this boat, and it looks like a really old boat, but I'm pretty sure it's either Coast Guard or like Navy, and it's just sitting there, and so that makes me think like it's looking for something. I've never seen like a military boat just sitting still out in the ocean, so it's pretty weird.
I got a friend named CT, and I'll tell you something funny about this guy. So he's like super smart. He's like a computer programmer, right? And he put like a CPU inside of a Nintendo 64, right? But anyways, this is what happened with him. He was in college and he did a bunch of Adderall, right? And he was like doing it pretty consistently. Well, then he had like a psychotic break, you know what I mean, on Adderall. And he ends up like running into this place and like stealing like a, a phone out of there and like breaking something. I don't know. And then like he ended up in the ocean. And then the Navy went and got him or something, like on a little naval boat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't know Adderall was that serious. Interesting.
Dude. So then he ends up breaking out of the handcuffs. He's on world news, dog. Like, and this is like one of my really good friends, actually. His name's CT Hildreth, bro.
World news.
Dude, he was on world news, bro. Like, not even kidding, dude. Like, Florida man type stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you could probably still find it, but he showed me the paperwork to all this stuff. It was nuts. He went to prison for this stuff too. in his 20s or something. But yeah, that dude was gnarly. He broke out of handcuffs. That's the point. But while he was with, like, the Navy got him on a boat, he broke out the handcuffs. I think he was like in such a psychotic state that he was able to. I don't know if they had the handcuffs on loose or what happened, but I think he like broke his thumb maybe to get out, or I don't know what he told me. But it was crazy, and he ended up biting one of them in the chest or something.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry. What? So he went in the ocean and the Navy came and got him. And what happened? I missed that part. Sorry, I lost service for just.
So he got into the boat, and then they handcuffed him, and I think like he somehow got out of the handcuffs and ended up biting one of them. But it was like on the news or something, and then he went to prison. I don't know. He told me some crazy ass stories, bro. This guy was wild. He was super smart though. Like this guy was like a
All
genius.
of this. What,
Good at skateboarding too.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out there, Neuro.
The nanobots got him.
you guys want to see something?
No.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, shit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does this all the time, dude. Have you ever looked into Simon Magnus where it's like talking about the standing one, all that stuff?
No.
So I guess like he, after his little run-in with the apostles, and he tried to, buy the Holy Spirit. This isn't in
Right.
the Bible, but he goes on and he starts like a cult, but he puts himself in the place of Christ, and then he has like
A
some chick
lady,
named
right?
Helen
Yeah,
or
some chick. Yeah, Helena. Yeah. Yeah, I
yeah,
know
some
about it. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
I do know about some of this. Yeah.
yeah, and he like calls himself the standing one, and he gets into an argument with
Yeah, and
another
he calls
guy.
her the first thought of God and all this type of stuff.
You
You
said
know,
what? Say that again.
he called his consort the first thought of God.
Oh, so Sophia basically or something.
Yeah, so yeah, some wild stuff. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So supposedly in their baptisms, they would like sparkles would happen, or like light would shoot out or something, like some crazy stuff, dude.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
Simon Magus, like after
No.
he met with the apostles, and tried to buy the Holy Spirit, he went on and created his own religion called Simonian Ionology, and in it
Not
he
far
sort of
back.
had,
So he actually met the apostles. Interesting.
yeah, that's in the scriptures, right? And when he met St. Peter, he was like, he seen St. Peter do a miracle, and he was like trying to buy the Holy Spirit off of him. And like St. Peter's like, you got to repent for even, saying something so absurd, you know? But anyways, he went on and took like what the apostles were teaching and twisted it, and was like one of the early Gnostics. And as Machine was saying, he had a like chick with him named Helena, and they both ran that cult, like a Gnostic cult, and they did baptism, and he had these like diagrams that are very similar to what Kabbalah teaches now. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's just weird stuff. I don't know. You'd have to look at the diagram and see, and like the Wikipedia article, and see what he actually taught. It's strange, but he ended up getting a fight with somebody, and the guy tried to hit him with a staff, and he ended up turning into smoke. So and the guy's like, "Oh, you're truly the standing one," But the way he turned into smoke was the demons working with him. You know what I mean?
That's pretty fucked up. So what would you say the lasting impact of Simon Magus was? Is he basically like proto crypto Judaism,
Yeah,
Gnostic
like
shit,
I would
Oh,
essentially?
say
he's
the
pro.
Kabbalah probably took its roots in the teachings of like a Simonian ionology. You know, I think they pulled from that. But that probably existed long before Magus. I think Magus was doing things that were probably taught in Egypt and Babylon, and you know what I mean. Like he
Right.
had already inherited some mystery school teachings. If you look at like Pythagoras and those type of people, like they had kind of like a mystery schools and stuff. So he was on a long line of this, the Zoroastrians, but I mean, if you look into Kabbalah pretty deeply, you'll realize like they're like a Jewish Gnostic cult. You know what I'm saying? The early uh, practitioners of that, and I do think they, at least the diagram aspect. I don't know if he was the first to do it, but he did do it. You know what I mean? So that's like the second century or something, first century, something like around there.
You guys get anxiety looking at the edge here?
No, jump.
Ah!
Oh boy.
But so you're saying that Simon Magus was probably like one of the Machine was about to say something like your progenitors of what? Of
Well, it
basically
goes
like
back. Yeah, it
whatever this
goes
stuff
back.
became now that the Kabbalah.
Yeah, because they had you know, like Unseen said, they had Zoroastrians. So you had Orphic Pythagoreans. And going back before that, you had tons of cults and stuff. Obviously in Egypt and all of that type of stuff. So Plato could have traveled to Egypt. He definitely followed Orphic Pythagoreanism. I mean, and then you know where they so the Gnostic ideas or whatever, and then that Saint Irenaeus is writing about because he said he went to school with people who then became Valentinians. I
Yeah,
mean, so according to Saint Irenaeus, which is like I think in like 100 AD or something like that.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
something like that, right?
yeah, something like that. Yeah. At that time there was already like Gnostic schools developing or whatever. I mean, and then Plotinus talks about them too, around almost at the end of the 100s. Like Plotinus wrote the Aeneads like 180 AD or something like that. I think, or something like that. I mean, or that's when Plotinus taught, and that's when Origen was there. I think.
Right.
I mean, so you could then surmise that all of these people writing about the same types
So
of people. I mean,
so would you so like my version of history is something to the effect of like Babylon and whatever was coming out of Persia and maybe other places to the east, I would imagine, or maybe even Atlantis, assuming it existed, which doesn't really matter.
yeah, that's like
Um,
400. That's like 400 a. That's like 400 BC or something like that.
right, right,
So so that's like when you had King Cyrus, right? So you have
right,
the Book of Daniel, right? And you
right,
have the Jewish prophets, right? So that's a late stage in the Jewish story. So that
right,
means that thousands and thousands and thousands of years had passed before that Egypt was like thousands and thousands of years old.
right.
Yeah. So
And
check this out. The Septuagint text basically states that the world is 44,000 years old, right? Um,
Right.
well, Well, I think
and
that makes
the
sense as far as like
Masoretic text says
historical
6,000.
evidence goes, for sure.
So the Masoretic text says 6,000, and the Septuagint, which is the older, transcription from the older Jewish text, is 44. Um, and the reason that happened is when the scribes were, rewriting, when they rewrote the text for the Masoretic, they took out names. They were like, well, because these are similar names, they're obviously talking about the same person, but they weren't talking about the same person. So they basically canceled out whole bloodlines through the transcription process. The scribes did, because they were too. They didn't understand that somebody could have the same name but be from a different time period. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, basically the way I would say is like we had those thousands of years before approximately 400 BC, right? And then whatever the empire that became the Roman Empire, you have basically like this Greco-Roman, basically Persian empire that had some sort of strange influences from Egypt and Babylon as well. But what I just say all that to say that whatever that empire of Rome was seems to be the same empire that Britain became, I would say, and probably a lot of other European dynasties, and probably a lot of other Arab and Chinese, if I had to guess, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so my point is this, like, given that that may be the case, or is everything we're seeing on a geopolitical level basically one continuous, really political system at the end of the day that is kind of just changing and morphing form over time, or is this?
What I think happened is, okay, if you look, because I'm reading Genesis right now, like, so we're going through all the entire book of the Bible, and we've started at Genesis, and we've gotten to the point of Babylon. We're a little bit past that. But in Babylon, all the world was together in a one world government, right?
Right.
And they're working together to build the Tower of Babel. So whatever's happening now, it's throughout the centuries has been to rework this thing. You get what I'm saying? To get back to
Right.
Babylon. So that's
Well,
really
well, and again, and I know we can't know the answer to this, but again, it just makes me wonder to what end. Like, okay, you get the one world government, then what? And then it's like this is where I really get crazy because like I watched most of that movie you sent me, or that you recommended, Machine, which is the Fantastic Planet, and I really think that is basically what they envision. I didn't finish it, so I don't know how it ends, but like definitely I made it about more than halfway through, and I think it's basically like humans are living on a planet with these giant android psychic giant people that are basically whatever. I mean, that seems pretty much what I think they're going to try to do. Basically like there'll be some wild humans around, but there's not going to be like we're going to be seen as like a pet, and I think that's kind of how we are kind of seen already. Is like we're kind of seen as pets to whoever is or whatever is trying to.
Well, AI is already asking questions for that video that Machine put on about lawyers and courts. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
so it seems to me that they're probably going to be in some role of judgment in the future, right? Where it's like instead of going to a court of law, you're just going to like be sit in front of a computer that's going to be like, okay, like this is this human isn't acceptable for society. Burn, you know what I mean? Like, so
Right.
just like kill you or throw you into some cage or something. Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, and I think that mostly they don't want to go that far. I think they'd rather just people just get with the program, and I think that's kind of why it looks like they're softening up in some ways, like, and they're kind of just giving people some sort of I don't know, some sort of thing. But yeah, there's definitely some sort of weird, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you guys. I mean, it like you said, it definitely feels like there was one. And again, I know this is like everybody knows this and believes this. So I'm not really saying anything revolutionary, but yeah, there was like one big, thing, Atlantis or some culture, Babylon, whatever you want to call it. It fell apart, and this, hidden empire, for lack of a better term, is just trying to piece itself back together. And again, it's just bizarre because then it's like, okay, so
Well, you think
how do
about
you
what
get
AI is
people to?
doing. Like, it's
Yeah.
like, okay, God divided the languages because, if we were all working together, man was trying to build a tower to heaven. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so God divides the languages. And like, now AIs gives us the ability to where we can translate each other's languages almost instantly or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, allegedly, I mean that's the thing is like as someone who spent a lot of time trying to deal with people of different languages and cultures, like it's as much as it's possible in a lot of ways, and in some ways it is a positive thing, I guess you could say in some sense. But yeah, definitely like the fact the fact that the act of the way that they're going about it is basically like erasing people's identity. Essentially, it's like you know. And so, like you said, yeah, I mean, it's like it's one thing to understand and comprehend each other, at least to some degree. It's another thing that like now, what's the catch essentially, right? And I think the catch is like they're not gonna, you're not really gonna be allowed to step outside the bounds of whatever is being constructed.
uh,
I don't know. I wish I had a better language to put it into, but something to that effect.
but yeah, Nebuchadnezzar was a type of what the Antichrist will be. You get what I mean? Like, and Neuro is another one, or like H, or Stalin, or like any of these type of like totalitarian leaders. But just as in the same way that H, or Stalin, or one of these guys, like, sort of is accepted by their nation. You know what I mean? This person's
Yeah,
going to be
exactly.
so charismatic that people are going to think that he's the guy. You know what I mean?
Well,
They're
it's
going to
like that,
back it.
that. Like I don't even like Trump, but I generally think that in general, the way his policies look on paper, like okay, it actually makes a lot of sense, right? Like
Well,
I
I think
actually
he's one of
understand,
those
but
guys. I think he's sort of a prefiguration of what's to come too. Is that you can have a guy that seems to be for the people, right? But when the the feet hit the road, and it really comes down to doing something that I guess is really for the people, is he really doing that, or is there interest there that he's looking out for his billionaire buddies, and is he embedded with Israel? You know what I'm saying? Is that,
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
you
I
get
mean
what I'm saying? It's like,
it's a very sophisticated thing going on, and
right, and that's
yeah,
been
yeah,
happened though. Like, these people have long ago have infiltrated this whole entire system. And they're the ones that this is all based on. If you look into Freemasonry, which America's, our all our founding fathers were basically Masons. You know, and if you look into anything about it, it's like Freemasonry is the synagogue for Gentiles, right? Uh,
right,
it, our whole
yeah,
nation's built on that. We're just an experiment, a Freemasonic experiment. That's what America is. So when people are like, why does America sort of bow to Israel? It's because we always have. You know what I mean?
right,
It's like his
yeah.
Freemasonry always
Well,
has.
definitely from 1865 forward, 100%,
Right. So what
definitely, yeah,
it wasn't just like in the 60s someone subverted it or something. It's like it's always been this way.
yeah. Well,
Um
and that's kind of what I'm saying is like this empire seems to be like very, very old, and I think that the whole J thing is like really just an arm of a much larger empire, and these people have a specific job or role to create some sort of
well, they don't like their own people anyways. You know what I mean?
Darwinian pressure
Either
or something.
the Zionists don't like their people. They don't care about the common, J or whatever in Israel. Like, they don't care about those people. Like, they could care less. You know, the fact of the matter is with psychopaths, they care about number one. You know what I mean? Everybody's out for themselves. Really, that's the reality.
Right.
You know,
Well, but
and
it's weird because like they have this kind of like Pecum Olam and stuff like that. And like the first time I ever heard about it, I was like, oh, like, I mean, I kind of agree with it on the face of like, okay, well, you want to make the world come back together and all this, but then when you see like what they actually, not all, but at least in general, like the general meaning of it, it's actually not. It's basically, I don't know, some sort of strange deception game or something.
Commodian talks about this. Now, Commodian was a poet, a Christian poet or something. And he said that everybody's saying peace, peace, but there is no peace. And
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
love that
badly.
quote. I didn't know who that's by, but I love that. I love that quote.
Yeah, he's like, peace, peace, and there is no peace. And there's like you badly fortified city. You scream that there's peace, but there is none. And you rarely, like, basically, you've let down your guard to some
Right.
extent, and you've left God, and now you'll get what's coming to you.
Yeah,
Essentially.
exactly. Well, and again, I hate to say it, but I really think my feeling is very much so that I don't want to say that we give people too much. I don't want to say that we give the rulers too much credit, because I don't know. Maybe we don't give them enough credit, or maybe we give them too much, or maybe we give them just the right amount. I don't know, but definitely I get the sense that there is some sort of I kind of losing the way I was going to describe it, but there's some sort of there's like a dual edge to it, where it's like, okay, on the one end, like, I'll just use America as an example, or San Francisco or something, right? Like, they demoralize people to the point where like they don't feel as if they have a choice, and in a way, from a higher level perspective, right? Like, let's just take America, right? If America was a Freemasonic experiment, right? Still, all the way along there were times and places where people could have made choices to wrestle us out of that situation, at least to some degree, right? Like, make us like with Jefferson. And again, I know this isn't a solution, quote unquote, but like, I think the idea of like the Jeffersonian, farmer statesman gentleman idea of like, everybody has like their farmland and their gun, and it kind of like sets up some sort of network of people who have some individual interest and some community interest, and ultimately that keeps the government in check. Like, right or wrong, that seems to be more. If people were moral, that would be great, right? But the fact is, people weren't moral, and so that we don't have that, right? And so, anyways, my point is essentially that somewhere along the way, people could have made different choices and become more moral, and we didn't. And so now we live in a demoralized state, because people feel like, well, my forefathers didn't do the right thing, so I can't do the right thing either, right? And I think that that's kind of what everybody always thought, right? So like, that's why we're in this position. You know what I mean? Like, I remember being a
Yeah.
kid and looking at my grandparents and the people older than me, and like wagging my finger at them, essentially like, well, you didn't do XYZ, and you should have had the foresight to know that they were trying to get you to think that, oh, I'm just a poor tenant farmer, you know and now I get this nice job, and I get to buy a house. And again, I love this. I love talking about this experience where I asked my grandfather, explain to me the the theory of buying a house. Why ought I buy a house? And I remember he explained it to me, and I was like, that's fucking retarded. Like, that literally makes no sense. The way that people buy houses. And everyone I know in the South basically doesn't own an intergenerational house, right? Like, I remember going to
I
like my
understand a
grandma's.
little bit. Yeah,
Huh?
it's a bit of a scam,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah. And I remember asking I remember visiting my grandmother's sisters and stuff, and they all grew up super country, and I was impressed. Like, they had this really old, like, dilapidated house, but they owned it, I thought, and they had all these like cabbages growing and chickens, and I was like, oh, They're living the life, and then one of them died, right? And I
Mhm.
was like, what's going to happen with that property? Is anyone going to keep it in the family or what? And the answer is, of course, no. They were renting the entire time, and I'm like, they were renting a fucking piece of land and a house that probably cost like, you know, $10,000 maybe in 1960. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
it,
that
it
is crazy.
it's like retarded. So you're telling me they spent 50 or 60 years paying rent on a house in a piece of land that's not really worth anything? Like, that's fucking insane to me. It's like, you know what I mean?
No,
Like,
it
that
is.
makes
That
no
is.
sense.
That's
Yeah.
dumb. That's a dumb move, really. But
Yeah.
people get stuck in those situations. They get comfortable in a place and then just go with it. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, and I mean, even me, I don't own anything, and I don't really care about owning something either. But I'm also saying, like, it's not that I need to own something per se, but it's like, at least if we had a clan or a tribe or a community or something that you're kind of building up. But instead, you're just living in like a place that is just like, people are going to come and go and leave and waste their money, quote unquote, buying something that they can never own and they can never give away and they can never fortify or build it into a tribal or family or clan or something like that. And it's just like something so simple you would think people had considered, right? And people just don't really consider it. They just say, well, I've got to go make this money. I got to buy this car. I got to do this. And like, I sound like a liberal or something, or like a woke person, but like, I mean, it's like, it's so fundamental. It's like, it's not even like that. It's like, it's just on the fundamental human level. Like, okay, where does my water come from? Where does my food come from? Who are my neighbors? Who's my family? Who's my tribe? What do my parents do? What am I supposed to do? These questions are just
yes.
totally not even asked at all. Like, at all. Like, really, I mean, it's asked among like some people who are much smarter, some, but not like growing up in, middle of nowhere where I grew up. I never met anybody who asked those questions at
No,
all.
because everybody's
Yeah.
just waiting for the next payday. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Like, really, that's what I mean. In the South, that's how it is. Because there's
Yep.
not a lot of opportunity. Like, in a town like mine, like where I grew up, it was like you either join the military and go to Fort Bragg, or you get like a dead end job somewhere. You know,
Yep. That's it.
and
That's
very
exactly.
very rarely dudes would go to college, and if they did, even then, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get a job. It's like I don't know, like the majority of teenagers that I knew that they sort of just kind of burn out in their before they hit 30. You know what I mean? By 30 is like you're dead, dude. You're like, you know.
Well, that's what happened to me. I totally burned out by like 27, 28, 29, 20, 30, 30, like by 30, 33 for sure. I was like, this is retarded. Like, this is like basically, even if I had had a great job and made three, like these young engineers, it's so funny to me. Like, all these people are jealous of these people working at like a tech company making 300 or $500,000 a year. It's like, like I'm not gonna say that I wouldn't have taken a job like that. I probably would have, and I probably would have been great at it. I'd probably be like a top level executive at fucking, Facebook or something if I had really wanted to go that path and had the ability or the means to do so. I'm pretty sure I could have done it, right?
Well,
But
I
but
go.
like but sorry, I didn't just really, but knowing what all that entails now, I cannot imagine putting myself through that ringer. And it's not because I even hate tech so much, which I do, but even if I didn't, um, it's that the peer group that you're among is just so not contemplating what they're doing and why they're doing. That's what, like, it. And then you're gonna if you get paid $500,000 a year as an employee, you're gonna get taxed half that. So now you're making $250,000. So what does that tell you? I mean, it just tells you that you're basically a slave, essentially, an indentured servant of some sort for
And
some
they
reason.
want they want you to be that, because if you notice what happened in 2020, like, okay, at that point, I had worked since I was 18 to basically get into a position where I understood a business enough to get involved with somebody and be like, all right, well, let's invest and make our own thing, right? like get a kiosk and do all this stuff and like get different locations and do all this stuff. Well, then that hit, and it's like all these small businesses just got. I mean, I got taken out. I had two of these businesses. I started with, I think maybe like 15. I probably had 15 grand start, you know, and that's all the money I had in the world. And I invested it in this thing, and it was like it worked, right? But then it's like, you know, it just gets taken out by this crazy propaganda of whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Yeah.
like it's demoralizing and defeating. And after that, I was just like, dude, I'm done. Like I don't give a shit. Like,
Well, and think about how many times throughout history there was either a real crisis or a manufacturer crisis or some combination of the two that just came along and just totally wrecked anything that people are doing. And it's like, and then you think, oh well, things are still pretty good. But the difference is like they didn't have like this weird, like I don't know. I truly wonder, like, how long has this nihilism been infesting, you know, people
dude, I was
for?
angry, bro. Like you have no clue. Like that. I basically was like, I don't want to talk to anyone. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to deal with anybody after that. Like I went into a really dark place during that time period.
Yeah.
And I sort of left where I was. I was in like Georgia or something, and I moved to New York, and like aimless, like a leaf in the wind, like just like a romantic idea of what maybe I should do. It was a terrible time to be there. It's like winter during, the
Right.
whole, thing, and like everybody told me I shouldn't go, and I went anyways because I had just enough money saved up. It was like, well, if all my money's going to be gone anyways, I'm not going to sit somewhere where nothing's happening. You know what I mean?
Yep.
In like some little town that there's like an Arby's across the street or something. You know what I mean? Like I'm not doing that. But
Yep.
it was a dead end there too, and it just seemed like, at least in my like, as I was getting closer to 30, once I hit like 27, I was like, I need to do something and figure out what I'm doing. And everything just like fell one after another, dude. Like
Oh
I
yeah, me too. I
suck
mean,
at life, dude. Like I suck at life, bro. I'm not gonna
well,
lie.
but no, but that's the thing is like it's for some people. I think that it's funny you say that. That's something my best friend used to say all the time. You suck at life, and so, and I hate that because he actually ended up killing himself. But
No,
but
I'm sorry to
it's,
hear that.
oh no, but it's and no, but you just reminded me of that because we used to joke. That was like a big joke that everybody used to tell. And but it's just it's really bizarre because yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that we suck at life. Is that like well, it's like Machine says all the time. You can't be neutral on a moving train. So most people don't realize they're on a moving train. Like to them, it's like, oh, it's a little wobbly here and it's kind of noisy, but I don't really see stuff moving, right? Because there's no
Mhm.
windows. See what I mean? And I think that's the kind of thing is like, we
Well, the
don't realize
system
that
has
we're on
been
this train and it's
isn't
kind of
for the
moving.
common guy, that didn't grow up with parents that like maybe had like a college fund for before you saved up. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't grow up in a
Right.
situation like, no one I know grew up in a situation like that. Everybody was living day to day, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
that was definitely myself. Like, I mean, school was so easy for me. I just took it for granted. I was like, well, this is just what you do. You just roll out of bed at fucking 8 o'clock, throw on some clothes, you just run out to the bus, hope you catch it, because otherwise your day is going to be fucking or more of a nightmare. And you go hang out at school where you get to like basically just joke around. Like for me, school was pretty fun for me. I would just basically just go to school and just mostly fuck off, but still do a pretty good in school. It was not hard for me. You know,
yeah, I
so
mean,
it
me
wasn't
neither
really a
if
big
I'm
deal for
paying
me.
attention. But like history had me like, at least in high school, like history was interesting. You know, but I mean, math I sucked at. But I mean, stuff like that, like that wasn't the issue. But I even there, it didn't seem like too many people I knew had any idea what they were
Oh,
gonna do.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know what I
That's what
mean?
I
Like
mean. Yeah. No, like I didn't
a
know
bunch
any.
of
Like
stoners, really.
it wasn't until I was almost graduated that I even knew that there was people who lived like on a house by the lake. You know what I mean? Like I didn't even know that was like I thought that was like only out like in California or something. And then like I found out some of my friends like, oh, you can come by the house and we'll play some music. I was like, okay, cool. And I go in this house, it's like a fucking mansion by the lake, and I was like, you live here? And I was like, and they're like, yeah. And you would never know, right?
Right.
And they had like a Dodge Viper in the fucking thing and a boat on the dock, and I was like, you and like it just unimaginable. I literally didn't know the people I went to school with even were like that because nobody talked about that shit, at all. Like nobody said like nobody I knew, including this guy. Like I asked this guy, "What do you want to do for a living?" He's like, "I want to play in a fucking metal band." Right? He didn't say I want to be a lawyer or a doctor or fucking. You know what I mean? So the fact that he had all this stuff set up for him, I had no fucking clue, at all.
Well, I got
You know?
into sales, and like I didn't like sales. I didn't want to be a salesman. It's a fake. It's fakery. You know what I mean? But like the world will just sort of, if you're not careful, it'll force you in those type of situations, like to make money and like even like, dude, my only thought process even in that time period was like get enough money to go to the bar and like chill with my homies. You know what I mean? Like have
Well, and
enough
that's
money
not
to do
even
what I
that bad
want
of
to
a
do.
goal. I mean, you could do a lot worse than that. I mean, that's not even like evil or something.
Yeah, well, that was my thought process, but you don't realize in your 20s that's going to burn you out. And by the end of it, you're not going to really have anything, you know, like
Worth
yeah,
it.
like what did you do? You know what I mean? It's like
I would honestly like. I regret I didn't do more of that. I was pretty much by myself most of my 20s and 30s. Like I didn't really have a lot of friends because, well, some people tell me it's because that's just me. But I mean, I'm just really picky. Like if I don't really just like I went to some clubs and bars and I had like a really good time. But I was just like, I don't trust this environment. Like how can I trust people who hang out in this environment all the time? You know what I mean?
well,
So
everybody I was hanging around was like doing coke in the bathroom and like,
yeah, exactly.
and
Like
like they were like
people offered me that shit too, and I was like, okay, I trust you enough to do this a couple times here and there. But I was like, but I was like sitting there thinking to myself, like, why would you put yourself in this predicament all the time, right? Like, you know what I mean?
well, yeah,
Like once in a while is okay, but like
it's
every
status
weekend for
though.
3 years or whatever, it's like,
Yeah, it's status though, right? And it's like, well, if you're a dude that has like a friend group, then you're not the thought process, at least behind it for most males, is like, okay, if you're in a friend group, then chicks aren't going to think like you're like by yourself or you know what I mean? It's like you're
which
trustworthy
is
enough to go to your house with or something.
which
Because
is funny though, because like for me, I did the total opposite of that, and like I'm really not gonna brag, but like I did way better than most people I know. And
yeah,
that's what's so bizarre about it. It's like it's really bizarre. It's like most
well, I
guys I
almost
know
got
who did
married
that,
to
it
a
didn't
flight
work very well.
attendant.
What?
I almost got married to a flight attendant, like, but where I messed up is I moved in with her, you know. So
Right.
the dynamic was like I'm moving in with you instead of you moving in with me. You know what I mean? And for a guy,
Yeah.
it's just weird. And what I mean by that is like you're in this person's space, right? It's not your space, and they're coming into you. So
Well,
there's
yeah,
like a
I
power
could say that
dynamic off.
I've definitely sort of made that mistake in my relationship, and I'm sort of still paying for it, although it's still pretty good, but like definitely, and I think that's why it was so crucial. I think to kind of like ruin the quote unquote American dream and say, well, everybody gets a house at 7% interest or 9% interest or even 2% interest over the course of 30 years. I mean, you know, again, you invest quote unquote into a house, and then let's say that it goes up 30% in 5 years. All right, wow, what a
Yeah.
great return on your money. Well, what about the opportunity cost of that money coming in and out, and then now you're going to take a new job in a new city, so now you got to start all over again. So let's say you made 300 grand, or let's say you made like 30%, right? Now you take that 30%, put it back on a better house. Well, now you're back at zero essentially. So start the whole process over, right? It's like it's obvious, like it's so obviously a scam, right? But that scam, if everybody was buying a house and paying it off in 5 to 10 years, or just cash, because I think that would, like, the health of a society should be kind of like rooted, like, if we're going to live this way, right?
Yeah.
If you can't afford to go pay cash for a house so you can get a wife and move her into your house, right, as a man, well, that's not a very healthy society, is it?
No, it's not. But you
So
gotta realize that too. What I realized at least is that the majority of females, right, is at least from what in my hometown in North Carolina, it tends to be. I don't know why this was, but the at least the ones that I ended up getting with were kind of rich, right? They came from like military families or something, and I
right,
didn't come from anything. So I'm like starting out at like ground zero, trying to work my way up, and I'm
oh yeah,
like, and as far as status goes, because of who I'm associating with, I've become an option in that, right? But then
right.
once you're actually in it, it's not very viable because it's like it's just weird. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, I know from
how
experience.
do
I
you
came to
how do
so
you like how do you relate with someone that doesn't understand where you're
who,
really coming from? You know what I
well, who
mean?
doesn't have any, who doesn't even understand what it means to actually struggle. Like when I first came to California, my first girlfriend was her family's from the Philippines, but she was born here, and her dad was like so fucking hardworking and smart dude from the Philippines. I mean, he was basically like the I guess you'd say something to the effect of uh, the Don of his clan or his family, right? Like everybody looked to him to make decisions for the entire family, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And it put him into an early grave, by the way. And but he basically was just, he worked, 6 to 7 days a week, but he would take 2 weeks of like hardcore vacation every year, right?
Mhm.
But I mean, the dude was just like a slave to one of these, tech manufacturing companies, and he got me my first job and everything, and out here, and anyways, my girlfriend was just like, she just took for granted that she could just take 5 grand and go to LA for 3 days, right? She just, right, you know what I mean? And I just remember being like, I'm like, don't you want to save that for like, our future house or our future baby or like a car? Or, she's
She's
like,
like, "What are you
she's like,
talking about, fool?"
yeah, yeah, and she's like, and I remember her being upset because like I didn't want to have a kid and like get married too quick, because I was sitting there thinking like, your lifestyle, like there's no possible way it's going to take me at least 10 years to be able to afford the lifestyle that you're living right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure your dad would be more than happy to accommodate you, but you're gonna resent the shit out of me that I can't provide this to you for at least 10 years, right?
Well, yeah, that's what
You
ended
know.
up happening, right? Like with
Oh
that
yeah,
situation,
a hundred
and
percent,
like
yeah,
and like
100%.
it's like I'm working at some like at a fresh market in Cincinnati, and you're a flight attendant, and it's like, why did that work out for you? Because you went to college and you have, you know what I'm saying? It's like I didn't do any of
Well,
that,
yeah,
and
and the thing
so
is this, yeah, they could make college affordable if they actually wanted to produce shit. That's the thing. They don't want to produce anything, you know. So go ahead, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But
yeah, but you know, I realized at a certain point that like I started feeling like this nothing is going to work out here, like with what's going on with this situation, and um I felt uncomfortable, you know what I mean? And like at a certain point, and like it's like early on in it, it's like like there was a shift in the power dynamic, right? And it happened immediately, like maybe a month or two within the like, but it didn't culminate until like a year later. But you
yep,
just know when something's off, right? And it's like, I don't know, like dude. After that, I for the most part, I didn't take any relationship serious after that because I just didn't see it go anywhere. Like, because I didn't have the ability to sort of provide in the way that I would feel comfortable with. And I know that it sucks that that's the case, but it was. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well, and again, this is
how
one of
can
the
you be
reasons
taken
why.
seriously like that? You know what I mean?
Well, but this is one of the reasons why, like, I think a lot of people went to Asia and stuff like this because it was like I'll use Japan as an example, just because I don't know enough about it to like be biased, but generally speaking, in Japan, the men basically ruled the fucking kingdom, and it's like women are there to sorry to say it, but serve men. Now, is that good or bad? I don't know, but I think in general, that's generally
Well, I think there's some
a
synergy
normal way
there.
of
It's
doing
not like
things,
just
right? So,
straight serve. It's like
no,
there's
I
some
know.
synergy there. Like,
No, no, of
uh,
course. I'm not saying it like in a negative way. I'm saying it like in a way where it's like women are basically there to, number one, be a good wife. Number two, have children. Number three, build the community. And the men basically are there to make sure that everybody's clothed, housed, and fed, right?
right.
That's pretty standard, right? That's kind of a
Uh,
general rule of thumb, right? And again, it doesn't mean that I think that that's the way it should always be 100% forever per se, but in general, like if you're living in a situation where you got to plan ahead for the next year for crops and food and animals, and you have a division of labor and stuff like that, like it's generally like a good rule, right? And so, it's the point is a lot of men here in the West, um, we've kind of got the first taste of this whole thing that's happening where basically the women are not interested whatsoever in what we're trying to do. So that's why a lot of people
well,
went
I
over there,
mean,
I think.
I, it at least from my experience, it's like if you're in a situation, um, it's sad to say this, but if you don't, the less you care, right? And the more you're focused on, like, let's say going to a bar, or you're going, you know what I mean, like you're like living a full-on bachelor lifestyle, and you're like, you maybe go to like a Italian bar or something, and you have paintings in a gallery. As long as you're doing something in that sense, you could get with pretty much like some chick out there. You know what I mean? Like, it'll work out. I mean, it may not be the best relationship in the world, but you can make something happen. But that's draining too, because at, at a certain point you realize, like, this sucks. Like, I don't know. That's at least why like I kind of just checked out. I checked out. I was like, I'm going to this a monastery, dude. Like, I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm over it. I'm tired
Well,
of
I,
it. Like,
I definitely get it. I mean, trust me. I mean, I've had enough experience where it's like,
it's not necessarily rooted
that
in
happens.
like no, being completely over it, because I could probably, like, if I wanted to, I could probably leave here and make something happen out, and and do something. I do feel like I have a calling to do what I'm doing here, and I am good at what I do here. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's meant. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So it's deeper than just like,
Oh no,
oh,
I
I
trust me. I get
failed
it.
in society or some shit.
No,
Like,
I
because,
get it. Trust me.
yeah, like
It's
it is what it is. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, what.
no, but again, it's I'm just looking at it from a practical standpoint of like, well, it's just that we're in a very dehumanized state of society or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's just obviously there's no emphasis put on the fact of like, okay, just be a normal person. You're gonna go. You're gonna learn how to do some stuff. You're gonna have a mom and a dad and a extended family, and then in general, you're going
Yeah.
to go
Hey
to
guys.
church and do whatever. Yep.
Yeah, real quick, I gotta start my show here, so I'm gonna be
Really? What
over
time is
there
it?
on the channel.
What?
Yep. I'm
Oh, you're
actually
starting
three
early
minutes
today?
late. Yep.
Oh shit. Okay.
Well, yeah, I changed the time for it. Yeah.
Send
Okay.
a
But
link.
Interesting.
yeah.
Oh, it's because of Ramadan, right? Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but I put
Awesome.
the
All right. Cool.
StreamYard link there. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Send it over. I'll jump in. All right. Cool.
yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
All
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Good thing I said all the personal stuff on this one, so
I didn't plan on doing that, but I really do not care at this point, bro. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I want to care, but yeah, it's hard for me to care a lot too. If you want to jump over to this other one, we'll just jump over and then
Yeah,
I'll
I'm gonna
go
do
for as
that.
long as I can. I'm gonna pass out soon because I only slept a little bit. I had to wake up super early and I
Yeah,
still have a lot of shit to do, unfortunately. So,
yeah, I
all
got service soon too, but I am gonna hop over there.
right, cool. Let's do it. I'll see
All
you
right.
there. Bye,
Yeah.
brother.